Hey, good evening. Before we get started, I just want to ask everybody to speak clearly and directly into the microphones when speaking so that everybody can be heard clearly. The meeting is live streamed, so sometimes it can be hard to understand and hard to hear. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome everybody to the September 2025 Bladen County Board of Education meeting. I want to appreciate everybody being here tonight. Also, at this time, we'll ask Mr. Edwards if he'll do the invocation for us, please, sir.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, we come to you tonight and ask for strength, guidance to make the best decisions for the county, the children, the staff, and for the community in whole, that it will affect so much. In your name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
And at this time, Dr. Atkinson will ask I think it's the students from E-Town Middle to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. Tonight we have Aiden Murray, Aiden Smith, and Zoe Skinner who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Y'all wait there for me.
All right, on to number 4, adoption of the agenda for tonight. Can I get a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve.
I got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Number 5, approval for consent agenda. Can I get a motion on the floor to approve tonight's consent agenda? I've got a second on the floor. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Number 6, spotlights and recognition. Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. Tonight we want to recognize one of our high school athletes and their coach, Mr. Jonah Bryan, who's a senior at West Bladen High School, and coach Brett Jackson, who recently probably showed the most ultimate mark of sportsmanship as well as integrity and character. Just to give the board and the audience a quick summary, it was the East-West soccer game, and the official incorrectly gave West Bladen a score, counted a goal. Jonah approached his coach, and they approached the officials and told them that ball did not go in, and they did not deserve that score. And so they pulled that call back. They did not win the game, but they did win the game for their character and integrity. And so tonight we'd like to recognize their sportsmanship and their leadership in doing that. So Jonah, if you and Coach Jackson would come forward, please. Chairman Singletary and board members, that concludes the spotlights and recognitions for this evening.
All right, we'll go down to number 7, citizen participation. Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. We do have 2 citizens that have signed up for tonight, Mr. Charles McCoy and Mr. Edward Smith. According to Board Policy 2310, the first part of at least one regularly scheduled board meeting will be set aside for citizens to address the board through public comment. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes to present comments. However, the public comment session will not exceed 30 minutes total except by majority vote of the board. During the public comment period, the board chair will recognize speakers in the order in which they have been signed in. Substitute speakers will not be permitted, and speakers may not donate any portion of their time to another speaker. Board members will not respond to individuals who address the board during the public comment period. All speakers are expected to maintain proper decorum and civility. Personal attacks, insults, offensive language, or disruptive behavior will not be permitted. Comments must be issue-oriented. Matters involving personnel or student-specific concerns are confidential by law and are not appropriate for public comment. These should be addressed through the appropriate administrative and grievance channels. Individuals who interrupt, disrupt, or cause a disturbance during the meeting may be directed to leave and could be subject to exclusion from future meetings and/or school property as permitted by law. North Carolina General Statute 143-318.17. And first you have Mr. Charles McCoy.
Good evening, Dr. Atkins, Mr. Secretary, and board members. My name is Charles McCoy. I'm part of a concerned citizens group, and I'm here tonight to address mental health. I was on the internet and I saw your picture, Dr. Atkins, that all you and your staff want is for all students to achieve their full potentials. My concern is the committee is aware that mental health goes and covers a lot of things. But tonight I want to talk about mental health of our students. And I want to know what is in, what programs do you have to assist our students that have a mental health issue? And by that I mean mental health can be something as simple as a problem with a friend or a problem with another student. And what's the process if a teacher observes a mental health issue? What is the protocol and the chain of command? Now, we have a lot of things that's going on all over this country. We see it on TV, that the students in various schools, they're reacting violently toward each other and staff members. And I believe in being proactive. Let's head it off at the path if we can. So my thing is, I speak for the Concerned Citizens Committee as their chairman, and I want to know what can we do to assist you in helping to establish good standard procedures for handling our mental health issues. Because sometimes, a lot of times, the parents can't do it. So unfortunately, the school takes the blunt of it. So how can we help you help us in our community? Secondly, and I guess Dr. Atkins, this is for you. I have heard and I read something about a group of doctors at UNC. They had $500,000 that they was willing to donate to the school system. Now, what happened there? Will we get that program? Will we be able to assist our students with a program? I know we are into our calendar for this school season, but what is it that we're going to do next time school season and you return? And once again, I thank you for your attention, and I hope I was brief and direct to the point.
Could I ask a couple of things for clarification.
Oh, just on time.
Okay, the first, just to be sure I understood you correctly, I
Yes,
think
sir.
the first thing that you wanted to answer to was the reporting structure. If a teacher or if an administrator observes some type of violent behavior or a mental health issue that's of concern, what that process looks like and reporting it. That was one, I think I
Yes,
heard. The
absolutely.
second is you're asking, what can the community do to assist?
Mm-hmm.
And then the third thing is a donation or
No.
of a $500,000, I heard $500,000?
$500,000 naturally. It's
Okay,
$500,000.
so,
I
and that
thought-
was, what was that for?
From what I can recall, it was a group of doctors at a university in Chapel Hill was willing to.
What type of, medical doctors, or was it dealing with mental health, psychiatrists, psychologists?
Well,
Mental
mental
health,
health.
okay.
And forgive me for not being clear
it's
on
fine.
that, but I
No, you're
just
fine, you're fine.
going through a lot of things, and I'm just returning from a long road trip.
Okay, I understand, that's fine. I just want to be sure you get all the answers that
Yes.
that you're asked.
I appreciate it.
Okay, all right, so.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Uh-oh.
Next, you have Mr. Edward Smith.
Smith?
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Smith. I'm from Plainview alumni. I was in here about 2 months ago, and we've been working on the Plainview alumni program, trying to get Plainview School to do different things. Y'all actually signed off on a resolution, where y'all did a resolution. The superintendent gave me some pointers and different stuff on the resolution that I need to do. I went back to the county commissioners, told them about that. They said, we done did all we can do. We sent it back to the Board of Education, so it's out of our hands. It belonged to them. So then on there at the bottom, it said the General Assembly. So I called Mr. Brisson, I haven't talked to him. Each time I call him, I talk to his secretary. So I'm in there between secretaries. She says he thinks it's a good idea, but that's about all I'm getting. So when you look into the regulation of the disposition of school property for North Carolina, it says that if the county doesn't want it, and it goes back to the school, and to the Board of Education. Now, if the Board of Education, they still look into it, that says the government, the federal government don't need it for nothing, it goes back to the Board of Education. That's what it says in Article 37. You start reading Article 37, and it tells different things in there. I was just skimming through it. So what am I asking y'all? Is it back in y'all hands, or is it something else I need to do? I'm just asking what do I need to do? I'm running up and down the road. I go to Bladenboro, see what they did. I go to Clarkton, see what they did. But I'm like a person just running around in circles. And all I want to know is how to do it. If I can't get it, well and then, I'll just say, God, I did my best, and that's it. I'm satisfied. And I'll move on to something else, to try to accomplish the project that we need to accomplish in Tar-Heel, because we do not have nothing in Tar-Heel. If any of y'all are from that area, it's no recreation or nothing from there, for there in White Oak. It's nothing for us to do. So that's all that we are trying to do. And they asked me that, Mr. Bristol, Secretary, said, we don't have no money. I said, I didn't ask you for no money. I'm not asking nobody for no money. I'm just trying to get the school. The school is sitting there. Somebody's paying some money somewhere. Something is going on. So that's all I'm asking for the board, to help give me some guidance. And I'm in District 3. So my two people that's in District 3 over me, I'm looking for some guidance from you all. And I'm also looking.
Just finish your thought, yes,
Huh?
sir. Just finish your thought.
Okay. The other thing is that the people at large are supposed to take care of the whole county. I'm just looking for some guidance.
Yes, sir.
Just help me give me a little bit of guidance, and that's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking nothing out of necessary. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank
I
you.
just want to understand, I understood it correctly. Was there a statute that you were reading from?
No, there's a, when you go online and you look distribution of, school property, it'll come on there and it'll tell you in Article 31, and then you'll go down to 115-518. And then it'll also tell you in chapter 16 Alpha, Article 12, what some of the stuff, and there's some more stuff in there. That a lawyer would actually, if somebody had to do that, but hey, I shouldn't have to get a lawyer. Nobody else got a lawyer.
Does that differ from the information that you received at previous board meetings, what you read?
Not per se. It wasn't different. What it was saying was, why do I have to go to the General Assembly when the General Assembly already got in that what we supposed to do if they don't nobody want it? That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing. Why do I have to go? Because I keep going there. It's like me going to stand up in front of the White House, trying to get in. I'm not gonna get in unless I know somebody or something come up. That's all. But I appreciate all the
Yes,
help
sir.
that y'all already given me, but I think myself, I know I can do better. And if you give me the asset, I'll do it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Okay, we'll move on to action item 8, information items. Dr. Atkinson, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary, board members. Mr. McCarthy is going to be sharing some information from the accountability results for 24-25.
Good evening, Chairman Singletary and members of the board. Here to present our test data information. We have a presentation here for you to view. I'm just going to read some notes and share some additional information that's not in there. I'm just going to share, we're going to go over this test data. Yeah. There's same thing back here behind me. I've got a copy of it here in front of me. I was just. First school we're going to take a look at here is Bladen Lakes Primary. There's actually a mistake up there at the top of that one. It should not be no federal or state designation. They have no federal designation. However, they are still considered low performing and continually low performing. That comes from the, there we go, okay. That low performing comes from the fact that they were a D school and they met expected growth. Whenever a school is, has a school performance grade of a D or an F and either met or did not meet growth, they are considered a low performing school. Continually low performing is just if they have been a D or an F school for 2 out of the last 3 years. In the past 4 years there, you can see 46, 47, 46, 50. They are D. They have improved significantly with their math proficiency. Their math proficiency went up 14 points. Their EL progress, the progress that the English learner students has been 24.6 points. Their achievement score actually increased by 5.1 points, and their school performance grade increased by 4 points. So they are definitely headed in the right direction. The next school we're going to take a look at is Bladenboro Primary. Bladenboro Primary, they were low performing for the state. They had a C in the 24 school year, but when we look back at 23, there was a D, 22, 23 were Ds, and they dropped back down to a D last year. They have, however, had growth above 80% for 3 years in a row. You can see their growth scores there, 86.6 to 86.9. Last year was 80.7. Their EL progress increased by 13.3 points. They did meet their expected growth, but again, their school performance grade was a D. The TSI, the additional targeted support, that comes from having a school performance grade for the students with disabilities subgroup, 26. That's below the highest CSI school. They're all subgroup. In order to get out of the TSI status, their growth index actually has to be, over the last 3 years, has to be an average of 1.0. Unfortunately, it is difficult. Once you get identified into the TSI or the CSI status, it's difficult to get out of that. You cannot do that. It's very difficult to get out of that in 1 year. That's something that has to happen over a course of a few years. Their current average of their growth index, anything from -2 to +2, is considered met growth. So you have to be above 2.0 to have exceeded growth. Their current average over the last 3 years is a 0.6. So they've been meeting their growth. They have had a couple of negative years, and that's brought that down. The only way they would get out of it in this current year is if they were to get a growth index of a 4.06, which is, I've seen it done, but it's pretty significant to do. I've seen some schools that have made very great growth, but getting above 4 is very difficult. We're going to look at a couple other schools that are in the same situation. Yes, sir.
Did they fall 8 points in 2025?
Their school performance grade dropped. When you look down there at the bottom, if you see, their reading score dropped, the math score dropped, the EL progress came up, the achievement score went from a 50.3 to a 42.9, and their growth score dropped from an 86.9 to an 80.7. So where they still made growth, they did not make as much growth as they did the year before, and their achievement dropped off some. The way the school performance grade is calculated, they take 80% of the achievement score. So they take that 42.9 and multiply it times 8/10, take the growth and multiply that times 2/10, add those two numbers together, and that's what gives you your school performance grade. And that's something that we've always been fighting against because, we feel that the model that the state uses places more emphasis on 1 day of or at this school, 2 days of testing, instead of what the students have done for the whole year. The growth measures what they've done over the course of the year. The achievement is just what they've done on that test.
So how many grades are we talking about here?
What do you mean, how many grades?
Right, we're just talking about 3rd grade here,
This school, 3rd and 4th grade.
3rd and 4th grade.
Yes, sir.
So how can we know the individual achievements for each group?
How can you know individual achievements for each grade? I can get you that information. That's information I can get for you. We look at the whole school. I don't know that I have the individual for the school here, for the different grades here in front of me, but I can get you a copy of that
The
information.
reason I ask,
Uh-huh.
sir, is because in the past, we were getting that information, and Dr. Taylor was superintendent, he would give us each grade, and what each grade was doing for each school. Like, I remember in Easttown Middle School, 1 year, 8th grade, they 10, they took a score of 10, and the next year, they also made 10. In order for me to know how that grade is going, I would need that information.
I can get you the individual, I can get you the grades for each the achievement levels for each individual grade, each individual subject.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next school we have is
Bladenboro, what was their school grade?
their school performance grade. They was a 50, which classifies as a D. Yes.
It was what?
And 50, which is a D.
He didn't have to go to the next to it.
Dublin Primary School is next. Dublin Primary School, their designations for the state, they were low performing and continually low performing. They did not have any federal designations. The one high point from their school, their EL progress did increase by 9.5 points. They did meet their expected growth. Their school performance grade was a 52, which is classified as a D.
50 also, or 52?
52.
$52.
You don't have fair kids coming in.
How did they not get a federal designation? Well, their federal designations come off of, because they had, I believe there was one year, I think it might have been in 2023, where they exceeded growth. I'd have to go back and actually look and see why it was that they were not. That is information that the federal government gives us. I know they made a C back in 2023. They had a D in 24 and a D in 25. It's got to be one of those years where they've also exceeded growth that caused them to be. That was it, where they exceeded growth back in 2022. Next school we have is East Arcadia. East Arcadia does not have a lot of information because of their subgroups not being that large, the school not being as large. However, their school, state designation, low performing, continually low performing. They were an F this past year at a school performance grade of a 38, dropped down from 45. Previous year they were a D, so because of those two, that puts them into the continually low performing. They did not have any federal designations for their school because there's not been enough data that was collected from their school. They started collecting more data when they started including science in their school. They have had, again, it's another school though that has, while they're not getting the achievement scores that we would love to see, they are showing the growth, 83.4 in 2024, 81.2. So their students are making growth. They're just starting at a lower level than some of our other schools. Elizabethtown Primary School,
What was that over, you said it was continuously low performing, but what was the grade?
38.
East Arcadia was 38, which is an F.
38.
Mr. McCarthy, how many students do we have at that school now?
I believe at the last count, it was about 65 or something. I have to check and see.
It's 52.
52.
52. It's 52 students.
They were extremely high.
Elizabethtown Primary School. In Elizabethtown Primary School was low performing, continually low performing. Their federal designation was TSI, Additional Targeted Support. They actually lost one of their federal designations this past year. They increased in all areas, reading, math, EL progress, and their achievement and their school performance grade. Everything improved over there at Elizabethtown Primary School. Their students with disability subgroup, they increased their proficiency from 7.8% of their students in the students with disability subgroup to 26.3% of their students in that students with disability subgroup to be proficient. So that's a huge success for them. That's always been an area that they've struggled in, and they are, again, they're working very hard to get rid of that TSI designation by trying to get that growth up. Also, their EL progress more than doubled. The students who in the EL program that have made progress towards their goals increased from 24% up to 50%. You can see their school performance grade has gone up again. It's up to a 44. They are currently a D school. Again, they did meet their growth, but they're still considered low performing because of that D grade. Next, we have Tar Heel School. Tar Heel School, we have state designation of low performing and continually low performing. Their federal designation is TSI, consistently underperforming, for two subgroups, the black subgroup and the EL subgroup. Their reading and math scores have improved slightly over the last year. Their EL progress increased by 30.6 points. You can see it was at 8.8, it's up to a 39.4. So 39.4% of the EL students are making progress towards their goal. Their achievement also increased for the fourth straight year. So they were at 32.1, up to 35, up to 35.9, up to 37.5. So they are making growth. They're headed in the right direction.
So what did you say the CK subgroup be?
The TSI, consistently underperforming subgroups. There were two subgroups that were identified as consistently underperforming because their school performance grades have been a D or an F over the last several years. They are actually, the black subgroup in 22-23 had a school performance grade of F. 23-24 was a D. 24-25 was an F. The EL subgroup in 22-23 was an F. 23-24 was an F. 24-25 was still an F. Again, as I said, it's the EL subgroup is improving. In order to get them out of that status, they would need to have a school performance grade of a D or higher in the 2 previous years. So they will not be able to get out of it next year, but if they can get a D in the 25-26 school year and then a D or higher in the 26-27 school year, they can come off that status. That's the problem with the CSI and the TSI status. Once you get pulled into them, it's not a 1-year turnaround to get them out of it. It's usually, you've got to show that consistent growth. That's exactly it. For Bladenboro Middle School, Bladenboro Middle School was listed as low performing, continually low performing. For federal, they were identified as CSI, additional targeted support for the students with disability subgroup, and then TSI, additional targeted support for the black subgroup. The CSI puts them in that subgroup, the lowest 5% of the schools in the state. So they need to, we need to really focus on that, students with disabilities.
You said, what subgroup are you?
For Bladenboro Middle School, students with disability, SWD.
Say what? I couldn't hear you.
SWD, students with disabilities subgroup for Bladenboro Middle School. Their reading proficiency there has increased for the 3rd year in a row. Their growth, the previous year was 59.4. Their growth was up to 77. But again, the achievement was a little bit low. I think it was a situation of just trying to recover the previous year. They took a dip in the 24 school year, and I think trying to build it back up, it's just taken them a little bit longer than 1 year to build that back up.
So, Mr. McCarthy,
Yes, sir.
and I appreciate all the information that you explained to us. My question is this.
Mhm.
A while back, we talked about the school improvement plans
Mhm.
and how to change these factors that give us these schools. We put together a plan. Each principal gave their suggestions, and we put together a plan based on those suggestions, and we started to implement, did we not?
Yes, sir.
So, my question is, how well are we doing with that plan that we put in place? Because as we're seeing, some schools are making growth, but they're still D schools. Or they're going from E to F to back to E to back to F. And, I mean, this school in particular is within 5% of the lowest in the nation. We don't want to be on that report.
Chairman Secretary, if I could
What
Yes,
are
sir.
we doing differently?
comment on that, I'll answer that
Mr.
question.
McCarthy, what are we doing differently than we were doing before, based on the plan that we put in place? Or are we not meeting the standards or the goals that we put in place with that plan? Or did something change along the way and we just haven't captured it yet?
Chairman Secretary, I'll respond to that
Yes, sir.
question. When it comes to school improvement plans, obviously they're modified each and every year based on that data. I want the board to understand the school performance grade a moment, just to make sure we're clear on what that is. That model currently, now there was some pending work before, it didn't make it legislation because that was in the previous state superintendent, although Superintendent Green is picking up that work. Part of that was looking at why do we have an 80-20 model. 80% of that school performance grade is you taking that test that one day. The state of North Carolina has I'd say the craziest and most ridiculous grading system for its state when you look across the whole country. North Carolina is probably the worst of anyone. We make ourselves look bad. And the reason why is because if you're looking at a one moment in time test to say a child is proficient, we know, and go back to the conversation about mental health and challenges, some students can do great in the classroom all day, every day, but have test anxiety, bomb a test. So our state believes that that one test is worth 80% of a school being recognized. That's crazy. I think for the board, and I'm not speaking for you, but as your superintendent and as every other educator that's in this room would tell you, we believe that what takes place in classrooms every day should have a whole lot more emphasis than 20%. And so, Mr. Davis, probably, the biggest thing about the D and the F and C and all those is that it's putting it on that one moment in time. Mr. McCarthy's going to share a little later on about some opportunities we didn't get to retest where we should have been able to retest like we have in the past, and that would have made some changes. He also has some projections if we went to a 50-50 model, which was what was being looked at, would be done. Also, there was pending legislation for schools in that if a school met or exceeded growth, regardless of the performance grade, they would be taken off the low-performing list. That didn't make it in legislation yet. If that was the case, Bladen would only have 2 low-performing schools. And so there's a lot of things that the legislature is going to have to take up and do. These are in law. And so that formula is in law. The low-performing designation is in law. Colleagues of mine, other educators, and all across this state have pushed and pushed and pushed for a more fair model. So basically what we're saying is we tell our teachers, and when I talk with principals on the day that the scores were being released, encourage your folks not to get so caught up in that letter because we know it's a skewed system. Because what our state is telling our educators that the work you do every day is only worth 20% of the score that's assigned to your school. And that doesn't make sense. When we see these growth numbers and we're in the 70s, 80s, that says that our educators, we're growing kids in Bladen County. That's the real message of what's taking place. But it's just that we have to take those letters because until that law was changed or, again, the work was being done, it took a halt when we had a change in the state superintendent. Again, State Superintendent Green is on board as well about doing something different about school performance grades.
Yes,
but it's
he
going to
is.
take...
He certainly is.
Yeah, and so, and he's done a listening tour. He's heard us. We've had several meetings with him. And so, for us, we want to encourage, we're encouraged by the growth that we see. That's to me, that tells the story of what's taking place in our classrooms. I know for me, I did fairly well in school myself, but I didn't do well on those tests. When it came to my licensure test for teaching, very first teaching job, I got the bare minimum score to get that teaching license. Even some of our educators now deal with that on their end. We put so much push on a test. And think about this one for a comparison. When we have our high schools and they do they're in their semester, and Mr. Thomas, you can think about this too from the college level, even with a syllabus of a college course. Most of the time, a final exam in a course may be 20% of that course grade. I know for us, when we do our grading for the semester, and you have your grading periods, that final exam is only 20% of that student's final grade for the course. And so when we grade students, we say, well, at one test to be 20%, but what you've done the rest of the whole time, this whole semester, is worth 80%. The law has it backwards. We flipped it. We're putting 80% push on a single test score. And then not being able, we had new science standards. We weren't able to retest the science areas. We would have seen gains there if we were able to retest because we saw gains in retesting on the other. A couple other areas they're going to be adding this year we've pushed back on. In fact, we have a meeting with Superintendent Green, a virtual meeting next week to deal with some more retesting. We had not been able to retest the EOG for third grade reading. That was not an option for us. That will be now moving forward. And so, those are some things I think we're finally being heard. But it's just, it hurts us to sit here and think that, our state thinks enough of our teachers to say, and our students, and any staff, we all own this. This is everybody. that every staff member, whether you're the custodian, cafeteria worker, bus driver, everybody has a stake in every child. So you're saying that the work we do every single day is only worth 20%. That's crazy. And so that's what it hurts, because if you see the D and you see the F, it's only really telling a story. If you look at the formula, it's telling a story of a one-time test score. And even then, it's still skewed because you don't have all the retesting that could be counted in there.
If you look there at that science, you look from 2024 to 2025, the science score at Bladenboro Middle School dropped from 68.4 to 53.2. We had, and we're going to take a look at the end of this, when the test changed and the new standards came out and they had to renorm the test, students were not given the opportunity to retest in that. And we're going to look, I've got a chart in here that shows we were, probably 90 students in the district that were within 5 points of being proficient on that science test. That we traditionally, our students perform very well when we can get that chance to retest, but we did not have that retest opportunity this year in science. Yes, sir.
I think I read somewhere where 75% of the schools in North Carolina are not low performing schools. Is that correct?
His comment was, he
Turn your
heard
mic
it
on.
somewhere over 75% of schools were at 75%.
That 75% of the schools in North Carolina were not low performing schools. Is that correct?
I'd have to go back and double check that information. I was,
But if it is, Ms. McCarthy, you know, I would expect that poor counties are the counties that does not do good and schools. Would you agree with that?
I probably traditionally, I would say yes.
So that's why I have a problem with us not taking monies when somebody giving us free monies, because we are poor. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with receiving every bit of money we can get.
Exactly. But why would we turn down $500,000 and Mr. McCoy up here begging for? Why do we do that? When we know we're gonna have low performing schools. Our high schools are not even doing good this year. When they were B schools, a point from being a B school, now they're not. One's a B or F or, none of them are doing good.
And that science also took a hit for high schools because you had biology tested in there. And biology typically has been a strong test for us too.
If I may add, just with experience in higher education, I do think that performance measures are put together by folks that may not have a mastery level in the classroom and interacting with students, and so those may be unfavorable. But to a different degree, on the opposite end of the spectrum, before I get to that part, I 100% agree that 80% should not be focused on demonstration on the test and 20% in the classroom. It should be switched. That's my personal thought. However, there are different career pathways that they take zero of classroom work. If someone was going to test to be a medical doctor, they don't care that you've gone through college for 8 years. Either you pass the test or you don't. Nothing is taken into consideration. I'm sure the attorney can tell you that passing North Carolina State Bar exam, they didn't say, hey, listen, you went to undergrad, you also went to graduate studies, law school for 3 years, so that counted as 0%. So they are giving us a percentile in an effort to actually compensate for what they could say is demonstrate. You want someone to be proficient. It's the same thing with nursing. You want someone to be proficient. They don't take into consideration of test anxiety or some of those other nuances or barriers that students may have. It is 100% demonstration on the test, and if you know it, you know it.
So to go back to my question, Mr. McCarthy, the plans we put in place, are we on point with those plans that we put in place? Are we following those the best that we can? Because until this changes, and I've talked to State Superintendent Mobley and myself personally, he comes to all of our state level board meetings for the caucus. He'll be there next month. So at the end of the day, we know his views and his points, and we express those points to him. However, it ain't just his decision, and we all know this. So working within what we currently have until, he totally is against 80-20. Told me personally, I don't favor that one bit. And he's working on changing it. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I hope that it's soon. But until we do that, the plans we put in place, are they working favorably for us, or do we need to reassess that?
Well, what's supposed to be going on and what the schools do is they have their monthly school improvement team meetings. They go back, they look at their data, they take their data from check-in testing that we do at the earlier grades. You've got iReady data. There's all sorts of data that they compile, and they look at that data, and they look to see if things are working. If things are working, they continue with it. If things are not working, they start making changes. But sometimes, if it's not working, we might make a change in one area, but that's not the area that's causing us to have the issue. It's not, a lot of times it's not always cut and dry that this is the problem. If I change this, it's going to have this effect. We're dealing with children, we're dealing with teachers. There's a lot of other factors that go in there. We do monitor their plans. We do monitor data throughout the course of the year.
Reporting back to you guys
Yes, sir.
on the
Yes.
progress?
Our curriculum department is constantly monitoring their performance in different areas, math and reading, looking
How do they do that, those three, Bob?
with those programs I was telling you about, like the iReady programs. They can go in there, they can see what the students are performing, how they're answering the questions, what sort of proficiency levels they're seeing from the students in that.
That's a special test.
No, it's a program that we have in the district that we use, an
It
instructional
does
program.
progress monitoring, so they can do a check-in now to see, and just like even with the NC check-ins, you may say, okay, we've covered these 3 standards, let's see where we are at this point. And one thing about the check-ins, that's not one test that has to go, the teacher can actually have that back for like a couple of weeks to go back and assess, well, which problems did they miss, or which questions did they miss, and kind of work through strategies on that. So that's a nice teaching tool. The challenge comes in is when the check-in is not aligned to the end of the year. That happened with us in science. None of the check-ins were aligned to that end of the year because of the renorming.
We also ran into an issue where they told us that the check-ins would be available at this time,
Right.
and then they kept pushing things back. So, science was just pretty much a mess this year.
And I want to piggyback on one thing. I know Mr. Thomas, and obviously Davis, I believe too, and when you talk about proficiency, I think for us, obviously that's the ultimate goal, is you're preparing folks for the careers, because there are, just like with teaching license, if your practice says you got to have a 299, you've got to get a 299 on that. I think obviously as we work, as the student ages and we get toward that, obviously, that's the ultimate goal. I agree, definitely. I think the formula option is definitely something I think will be helpful to us if we can just get that advocacy there. And then obviously work for mastery. You want that proficiency, and then take into account the age of the learner. As they get older, we would hope they would grow even in that. So maybe a student might not be proficient in 3rd grade reading, might do well. As they progress and move forward, my 5th grade, 6th grade, they might be proficient at that. So that's something we kind of think about too and looking at. So if they're not proficient here, where do we miss the mark? Now, one of the challenges too is with some of the assessments I know on the high school side with the English, there's a delay in getting scores back. So see, even when you're going to do a retest, if you kind of know maybe what they would have missed and had a chance to do some remediation, there was a couple instances we didn't get to do that because there was a delay in we got scores back after school was out.
Science, in English at the high school level, we have a 5-day testing window, and it takes 7 days to get scores back. So, you test them at the very beginning of the window, and then you hope to get scores back in time to be able to get the kids in to retest.
Right.
But a lot of times, it's like, my score might come back on Monday, and the last day I can retest is Tuesday. So it doesn't give a lot of opportunity for remediation.
One thing
with
Superintendent
English.
Green is looking at doing is trying to push them to go to a 10-day testing window so we could test a little bit earlier and then have that opportunity to have the remediation. So as, again, I
Consider the 15-day,
right.
but it's gonna be hard.
Right, and the challenge too, obviously high school is a little bit challenging because we are on the semesters. But, you know, and for us too, one other sidebar to that is if we can get the school calendar law modified, we can start a little bit earlier and make a longer first semester. Right now, our fall semester is shorter, so we could get exams in by Christmas, the holidays, and that time there, because we know, we've seen in the past too, when they've gone on a 2-week break, come back and you test, that's not good either. But right now, we have a shorter fall semester. Principals are creative in scheduling those EOCs, courses to try to get them in the spring as much as possible, but there's no way to do that all the time. You know, that's one other part, that moving a piece of advocacy that Superintendent Green is also working with us on to try to get that school calendar. I would love to, if we could get 2 more weeks back where we used to, we could start early August and got out at the end of May, and you had more balanced semesters. So that's a challenge too, because the number of instructional days on the fall term right now, especially for high school, is much less than we have in the spring semester.
I think what they've done, they overcomplicate education. We need to get back to grassroots of addition, you know, reading, science stuff too. If I underachieve in the first half of the year, then I got to overachieve. So 4.7 or 4.8 to 5.0, you're missing 2 to 3 answers there on a standardized test. So he feels that pain, and a lot of kids they're so zapped out when they get to this point, and they're exhausted because they hear it, and because that's what we're looking at here is a nice colorful chart of different stuff. But we got so much to be proud of where schools have improved. But when you see a school that's improved, even though we're 87 last year and we're at 81, we shouldn't even be on a C, a D, a F, or whatever that looks like. I mean, it's not at 6 points lower, but we should be celebrating that because of the changes we've done in math or the changes we've done in science. And then you got the teacher that's got to stop midway and turn that around. So I got to teach a different way to get a different results. But I think we could do a better job of making it a lot simpler for the kids. Meaning, let's not. I mean, there's math stuff that comes home with him that I'm telling you. I had to call my sister, and she's retired, and she's the only math person I know who can figure some of that stuff out. I'm just telling you. But my point is, we put a lot of pressure on these kids to perform in the last 3 weeks of the year. Mm-hmm. I'm just telling you. And it's overwhelming to them because, you know, because I got to get a 5. I got to get a C. I got to get a 5. I got to get a 5. If I'm going to get better, I got to get a 5. So I know it's a lot said, and I think everybody's points of, to me, it's a common sense deal. And I think the people that are above us, somebody just needs to make it happen and make it work. And I think you see our schools just implode with greatness. I mean, that's just looking at it from that standpoint. But I mean, we gotta do 80-20. We've been talking 80-20, and I've been intern for a while, almost 3 years, and it's been going on for a while. So if it ain't working, then you change the program, or you change the people that that fix the program. It's just that simple. I mean, from that standpoint. So I hear what we're trying to do, but somebody up there's got to. And I agree with Mr. Thomas here, because in a prior life, everybody could tell you how to do your job, but they never walked in your shoes a day in their life, and that's the hard part.
Did they record that?
Yeah, I agree with you. I'll take it as a positive, but my point is this. You know, keep everything moving. We got great performances out here, and we're looking at numbers, and we've seen schools do different things, but I mean, we can do better. I mean, obviously we got room to grow, but I think the people above us, again, change the people or change the people that are doing the program. It's just that simple. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I have a couple of questions I want to ask you about testing.
Okay.
I understand that it is very important to the state, because you told us counts 80%, that's one test. When these students fail the test, do they get it retested?
They're given the option to retest, yes.
Everybody? Are there some that get retested and some that don't, or does everybody get retested?
They're actually talking about the possibility of this coming year. Every school offers the opportunity to retest to students. Now, some parents decide that their child that they don't want their children to retest.
So they
Sometimes,
offer for every student?
We've told them to offer it.
Some students get opportunity to retest and some.
I mean, I think, there might be some students that,
Did we retest last year? Students that failed, did they retest last year?
the opportunity for retesting was given in reading and math. We did not have an opportunity for retesting in science or biology classes
Why not?
because the scores didn't come back until about 2 weeks ago.
Now, I've heard that some schools, other schools in the state did retest last year, so, or some counties. If some counties retested, why didn't Bladen County retest?
We did retest.
Everybody did, and that's why I keep asking, does everybody have the opportunity to retest? Because I know there's some people who did not retest, and I know some counties retested and Bladen County didn't. And if that 80%, that test is so important, if there was an opportunity for everybody or anybody to retest that didn't get the opportunity, if they'd have had that opportunity, then that would have helped these numbers you're giving us here. So, and if other counties were doing it, I think if I was in your position and other counties was doing it, I'd have been all over that wanting to know, if you're doing it,
Is
we're
there-
doing it.
is
If
there
they're
s-
doing it, I'd have been telling somebody, if they're doing it, we're gonna do it.
Is there a specific
Somebody
test?
dropped the ball there, I think, because we didn't get to do all the retesting we should have done.
Is there a specific test that we're talking about? Because I'm not aware. As far as I know, everybody was told we had retesting. Now, the only area we did not do a
Y'all
retest
already
is third
tested
grade.
experts. I'm a PE major. I don't know all this stuff. I'm wanting you to make me understand. But I do know that there was counties that retested, and I know there were some students in our county who did not get the opportunity to retest. You know who they are. Tell me. I'm wanting you to help me understand, because I
Okay.
want to understand this, because it happens every year. I hear the 80-20, and I agree with you 100% on the 80-20. But you can't expect the government to make good decisions. But we can't go along with the same dumb decisions that government makes. If we are, we're just as bad as they are. If we go along with those dumb decisions, then, we got brains of our own, and we should have a backbone. If there's an opportunity to help our students and help our county and help our principals and help our teachers, we ought to make sure the students get that opportunity, and I don't think we did. Now, I hope we do this time, because I think everybody knows now, and everybody should have known last year. That's what I would say, but anyway.
As far as,
Can you help me understand now?
As
If you
far
understand
as-
all the questions I've got.
I can address.
Dr. Atkinson.
I think the third grade reading was one that had not been, they did a read to achieve test and not the end of grade test. That is something we have worked on, that has been
That's a-
added back now.
state policy.
State policy
You
now
choose
that
one or the other.
will allow us to do now. Some districts previously and before had, you had to take a choice on which way you're going to go in previously.
Is that just on the retest itself?
That's only in
Retest.
third grade reading. What happens is a student takes the third grade reading test. If they are not proficient in the third grade reading test and they have not made their gateway, whether they pass the BOG test at the beginning of the year, there are several different, this is all read to achieve law. There are several different ways that a student can get to demonstrate their proficiency in third grade reading. The beginning of grade test, the BOG 3 test, which we just took last week. We've got the end of grade test. If you have a student that is in the EL program and has been in the country for less than 2 years, that is considered a good cause exemption. If you have a student who is in the Students with Disabilities, they have an IEP, and they've been receiving intensive documented interventions, and they are showing that they are 2 years behind grade level, that's another way. If they have prior retentions, they can be met with a good cause exemption. They also have this, there's M-class testing that they do throughout the course of the year. If they score a certain level on their M-class testing, that is another way that they can make their good cause exemption. Then, like I said, you have the end of grade test. Then if they don't pass the end of grade test and they do not have a good cause exemption, we are given the option. We choose either the RTA test, which is the read to achieve test, which is a shorter test, or they do the third grade retest. It's one or the other. If they don't, that's always been a county, it's always been a county thing that we've always done. And I've spoken to several other districts. I spoke to Clinton City when this came up last year. I asked Clinton City about it. I asked my people that do the same position down in Cumberland County, my people over in Robeson County. Everyone around us that I've spoken to, they do the Read to Achieve test. Now, then if they don't pass the Read to Achieve test, they're invited to participate in the reading camp over the summer. And then at the end of reading camp, they take the Read to Achieve test again. So they have multiple times that they can get through and show their proficiency. Now, we have not done, I can't tell you that I've ever seen them do the third grade retest. Now, this year, they are talking about doing the third grade
Did
retest.
other counties do third grade retest?
None of the counties that I spoke to said they did a third grade retest.
That's not
They did.
information, but I said, did any counties? Right? Some counties are allowed to, all counties, the way I understand it, were allowed to. Some of them
You
did it,
get,
and we were
you,
ones
you
that
have a
didn't.
choice. It has to be one or the other, because I reached out, when this question came up last year, I reached out to my regional accountability people with DPI. And I asked them, I said,
Have you got a printout to that effect that you can show me that came from the state?
I have an email. I can get it to you. I'll forward it to you.
How many
Yes, sir.
people did you have in the camp, the third grade camp, summer camp?
I'd have to go back and look and see what those numbers are. I don't have that off the top of my head.
One thing I would address with the third grade retest moving forward in fact, Superintendent Green's going to talk with us about this next week, is changing state board policy to allow both to be given, so they can actually do both of those. Now, what happens with the Read to Achieve, Mr. McCarthy, correct me if I'm wrong, if a student does third grade, their regular administration of third grade, EOG, if they're not proficient and they go and do the Read to Achieve test, that not proficient does not, it's not like you can replace the grade because you're not taking the same test. But what we're getting at now is that you can do third grade retest EOG and also have the option for Read to Achieve. So you say you take it a second time and you're not proficient, then you could take the Read to Achieve. And so third grade has not, and I know Bladen and regionally has not gotten that. Now, I will say that I do believe there's some that did the retest in lieu of Read to Achieve, and other places. Read to Achieve has been considered an easier version of that test. However, it does not give them a chance, has not given them a chance to replace a level 2 or a level 1 on third grade EOG. But what should be happening now, if about everything goes well and with state boards, I think they're actually, Superintendent Green's proposing that to them as a state board policy change, that districts can give both assessments, and it's not an and or, you have both. And then, for us, we've often wondered, would it look any different doing that same test again? Now, we have had Read to Achieve, but I think obviously for the advocacy, I think it's worth having both options available, because if they were to retest on an EOG and become proficient, you wouldn't need to Read to Achieve. Then the school would be able to do that replacement because you've had that retest. We have not had that in third grade reading because we've had Read to Achieve. So it's a catch-22. You either go with a bit what should be a more simpler assessment and not have a chance for a grade replacement, or that's what's kind of happened based on my knowledge. But moving forward, provided this policy is changed, it won't be optional. Districts will give both assessments, and so they'd have an opportunity to replace that. But I don't know when that was decided. I think definitely before I was superintendent, that was decided. Before Mr. McCarthy was in testing, that was decided. Didn't really. All we've known has been Read to Achieve, but and doing some research, we kind of found that out, and that was kind of the push now to try to fix that moving forward, so that students have both options to take that. And so they go through both. If they end up getting proficient on the Read to Achieve, on the end of grade, then there's no need for the Read to Achieve assessment. And so I'm hopeful to see what that would be for us this year, having that option back on the table. And if it wasn't an option, I would want to seek that as an option. Because sometimes it may be students where I took the assessment and I really, after the fact, well, I second guessed 2 or 3 of these. I probably, if I had a chance to do it again, I might could fix it. And I believe some students probably felt that way or do feel that way. And so we know that we can't change that this past year. But I do think even if the policy doesn't go, I think it's worth us making that decision and bringing it to the board and adopting a testing plan. Are we going to do third grade retest or reach-achieve, or was the state board policy going to fix it and both assessments are available?
Mr. Edwards, you had a comment?
Yes, going along with Tim about retesting,
Get your microphone, buddy. There you go.
going along with, Tim on the retesting, and as Mr. Chairman Singletary said, if, like his kid made a 4.0, say if he made a 4.1, would he be able to retest to improve the score, or has it gotta be a 3 or under each one?
They are actually, and this is something that, back in July, they had a meeting from DPI trying to collect information. We're supposed to come out with an updated policy about retesting that was supposed to be released in the middle of August. I have not seen that. It has not come out yet. I just reached out last week to find out, have you given us any more guidance about that? They are talking about the possibility of, even if I made a 4 on the end of grade test, and I think I could have made a 5, opening up the test to every single student.
That's what I was.
So at this point, it's just a discussion, they have not decided they're gonna move forward.
They have not put anything official out about that. That is a proposal that they're talking about doing, making retesting for everyone open for all tested subjects, whatever you made on the test, and, you know, unless you scored a perfect score on the test, everybody would be given the option to retest. In the past, it's always been the people that were not proficient on the test were given the option to retest.
So with that being said, my next question is, if they retest, and let's just say that the score that they get the second time is higher, do they take the higher of the
They
two?
take the higher score.
Okay, or an average of those two?
No, they take the higher score of the 2 scores.
And again, who makes the decision as to what test they take? If they fail the first time, the 2 options that they have to retest, who makes that decision? Do we?
Well, there's only, third grade is the only grade where there was there were 2 different tests,
You're
third
right.
grade reading, that was the only one.
But that's what I'm talking about, third grade. I'm talking about the rest, I'm talking about third grade. Thought we were still talking about third, but, so who makes that decision?
It's always been a
Is it
county
the
decision.
parent, or is it the district?
No, it's a district decision. We can't have students, you know, I can't have 15 students decide they want to take the RTA test and 15 students decide they want to take the third grade retest. It's one or the other. And that's a county thing.
But we're hopeful that
What was that?
this year, the state board, the state board policy, what is being proposed in our, like I said, our meeting, and I can get the board an update. I have a meeting with the state superintendent next week. Retesting is on our agenda to be, he'll give us an update. The last I had heard was, I think the plan was if all parts lined up, it would go to the state board in their October meeting. If that's the case, I'm actually down to attend October for our region. Superintendents rotate those meetings. But right now, third grade is the only one that has the option. However, based on what's been shared with us, it would be written in state board policy that both options would be available and given and can be done simultaneously, so it would be a choice then. We have not had that. It's been one or the other. And again, Read to Achieve has been in before I was superintendent, before Mr. McCarthy was, I don't know who approved it, how it got approved, but I can rest assured that if it is not passed in state board policy, we'll bring a full testing plan and we'll let our board decide which direction we're going to go in moving forward, so there's no ambiguity in that. But I'm hopeful that really think both options need to be on the table, so whatever's best for that student. And so if they got a level 1 and they don't feel, and the families, it feels like I don't want to put them through this again, they can do the read to achieve, or, I'm 2 points away from being proficient, I want to take it again. And so we're hopeful this is going to be put in so that option is available and we're not having to pick and choose. It's almost like we're having to pick a cookie cutter one to apply to all children versus having options that works best for each individual child. That makes sense.
Sounds to me like if we don't get a result from above us, we need to mandate it in the district and make it an option and just, because if we see how fast budgets come down and different things like that, if we wait on them to give us anything, we might not ever achieve it. So sounds to me like if we don't get something maybe by next meeting or maybe next meeting, we need to mandate that as a district, and we need to. To me, it's a common sense decision here. It gives everybody an equal playing field. Everybody gets a chance, and we need to take it, and move forward. And that's, that's just an opinion, but we don't need to limit it. That's for sure from that standpoint. So, but let's carry on through the information here, guys, and then we'll ask more questions as we go. Yes, sir, Mr. McCarthy.
All right, Clarkton School of Discovery did not have any federal or state designations. All of their subgroups improved. Their reading increased by 6.2 points. Math went up by 4.4. Their science scores were the only scores in the district that actually improved. They increased by 4.9 points. Their actual achievement, the number of students between science, math, and reading that were proficient increased from 45.2 up to 50.7. Their school performance grade and their letter grade increased from 54 a D to a 57 a C. So Clarkton did some good growth. Now, next we have Elizabethtown Middle School. Elizabethtown Middle School, it was our only school this year that exceeded growth. As I stated before, when you're in that CSI and TSI status, you can't get out of that in 1 year. That continually low performing, you cannot get out of that in 1 year. They are not considered low performing, but because of the prior years of being an F school, they're still considered to be continually low performing. So they're not low performing based off of their score for this past year of being a D. They improved. They came off of the F letter grade. They came up 5 points from a 35 to a 40. So they are a D school. Their reading increased by 6.5 points. Math increased by 2.5 points. The progress that their EL students made increased by 12.3 points. Their growth went from a 67.8 to an 85.1. So they did an excellent job over there. We've really been trying to celebrate Elizabethtown Middle School. They really did well this past year.
So, because of the 2 prior years, they can't come on. So if they continue in this direction, when can they come off this list?
I believe if they can get to where they would not be low performing next year, I think they would come off. So we could get them off of that continually low performing part. Now, as far as the CSI low performing, they're going to have to get that achievement level right now where it's at that 29.1. Having that achievement level down there in the 20s, they really need to bring that achievement level higher up into the 30s and possibly the 40s in order to try and get out of that CSI status and stay at that.
Consecutive years on that as well?
Yes.
2 years?
2 out of the last 3. East Bladen High School is next. East Bladen High School, one of their high points, their Math 3 proficiency went up to 92.4% of their students were proficient in Math 3. Their ACT proficiency increased from 12.9 to 42.1. However, Math 1 took a big hit last year, and I think a lot of that goes back to the prior year of not having I believe they had a math teacher over there at Elizabethtown Middle School for the year. We have had some difficulty in the past of trying to recruit some teachers to come in, and when you're looking at a school that the students coming into East Bladen missing that 8th grade math, their Math 1 score dropped from a 37.5 down to an 8.7. That was a huge hit. Again, the biology, you look at biology, it's usually been 47, 55, 47, down to 27. Again, that was a situation, students were not given the opportunity to retest because the scores were not back with them renorming the test. And then our English 2 dropped too. So those three areas there at the high school kind of hurt East Bladen.
McCarthy, wouldn't if the eighth grade now, E-Town Middle, if they did bad the previous year, wouldn't it affect, East Bladen schools the next year?
Yes, that's what I was just saying. When they didn't have a math teacher, a math teacher in the 2024 school year over here at E-Town Middle,
But what was the score over there last year?
I'd have to go back and look at the actual math score at E-Town Middle last year. But I can tell you their proficiency last year, the entire school was 23.4. But that's 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. Now, I don't think, if I remember correctly, I think 8th grade math, I think, might have been in single digits when they were over there. Plus, the other thing that you run into a lot of times in the middle schools, when you hit 8th grade math, the students that are the higher level math students are given the opportunity to take Math 1. So that score, if I've got, let's say I've got 5 students that are taking Math 1 that made a level 4 the year before, there's a good chance I'm not going to have those 4 students because now they're taking Math 1, they're not taking the 8th grade math. So that's been a shot, it's been a hit that we've had repeatedly in 8th grade math because of that Math 1 score being pulled out.
Did you say something about math teacher?
Yes.
It was telling the school that there wasn't a math teacher?
Yeah, now, not this past year, I'm talking about the previous year. Okay. They didn't have a math teacher in there, and then what happens is when they get over to the high school, over to East Bladen, that teacher's spending so much time trying to get these students to where they need to be because they don't have that foundation they need in order to be successful in that math one.
That's good. So now it goes back to a deeper part of the question. How do we go a year without a math teacher in the classroom? And then what type of instruction was provided to the students if there was no teacher or qualified teacher? And then what do we expect other than the results that we see on the board if you didn't have a...
Well, I can tell you, it's not for a lack of looking for teachers. We've tried offering, when we
We've
had
seen
the
people move
SMO.
from different locations, so it's...
Yeah, well, they've really worked now to try and bring people in. They've brought in new people this year to really help them across the road.
But at the
A
same
lot-
time,
But we've seen people in different positions moved per superintendent, and then to go an entire year without a qualified teacher in the classroom.
we're failing every one of those students, and that's on us.
That was in a previous academic year. And I'm trying to remember, I have to go into specific personnel, I have to go back. What was that? Excuse me?
What year? What year?
It would have been a 22-23 year if it was this year's freshman, is that right? Or 23-24?
Yes.
23-24. So that'd be this year's. And again, it goes back to, we have had pockets of time when certain certified positions, they weren't out there. And sometimes you have a revolving door, somebody may start and they leave. You have that, and that's every district faces that. That's the downside when you continue to punish state employees, state public educators, and not give them their step increases and make them start paying more for the insurance things. People are finding jobs outside of used to, people wanted to work for the state and work for school systems. Used to, it was very hard to get a teaching job because folks stayed. Now it's like, I'm here a year, I'm gone. I'm here half a year, I'm gone. I go a week, don't. And we're fighting those dynamics because, again, it goes back to those folks that powers that be. We're not putting the investment education, public education for that matter, as we should. And so that hurts in those efforts. I will say the resiliency of Elizabethtown Middle School to bounce back like that in this year. And so that's going to pay off for East Bladen going into next year, obviously. Going in this year because those 8th grade students that had somebody. Now we're in that math one that's going to drive that. And so, I know that we would not have transferred someone at E-Town Middle in that math area elsewhere unless they applied for something. So that would not have happened in that case, obviously because of that school and the situation they were in.
Could you repeat that, Dr. Atkinson?
I
You
said no
that-
one would have been, if anyone could always voluntarily apply for another job in a district, but nobody would have been transferred from the 8th grade math elsewhere to create that vacancy in a consistent low performance school. I wouldn't have done that.
Unless they applied.
And if they apply, that's just like anybody else.
But
They
I
could
think
apply
I've
for
seen
another
other people
position.
move that didn't apply
Right.
for positions as well. I think the policy says you can do that. So we saw there was a
But
need.
what I'm stating is I did not move anyone from 8th grade math at Elizabethtown Middle School as the superintendent to elsewhere. So that was not a superintendent move from 8th grade math to create that vacancy at Elizabethtown Middle School. I can state that. If I don't know, I'd have to go back to see who was in that position at that time or who would have been in that position. They could have applied elsewhere, could have been somewhere else in the district. Obviously, that's free for anyone. But that would not have been a smart move for me to move someone out of a tested area like that on my own. And so I know I did not do that to create that vacancy. So I wanted to clarify that point.
Yeah, I don't think I need a clarification of that. I was just wondering why no one was moved. I think
Right.
it's more of an important factor of an entire academic year of no quality instruction. And then us being surprised when we see this on the board. I mean, that was bound to happen. I mean, we've seen instances of long-term substitutes that go through an effective teacher's training course at a local community college for just a few weeks, and then they're charged to give mastery level instruction, and that shouldn't be. And then we
And
expect
what-
to have to achieve standards.
And what
I
we-
understand your position. I know it's difficult to recruit teachers, but maybe we need to look at exploring something else as far as bonuses. I think we had a conversation some time ago at a board meeting, I think it was in January, that we were looking at the possibility, if I remember this correctly, I may have the name wrong, with new schools going, no, excuse me, was it reschools or something?
Restart School.
Restart
Restart,
School.
okay, there we go. At Elizabethtown Middle School, giving a stipend to possible teachers, kind of getting the best qualified instructors to go over there. And then there was a presentation that was to be given at the next board meeting, Ms. Harrelson. And I think, oh my gosh, what's her name? There was another lady, she's so sweet, very nice lady. Or maybe it was Miss Brown, and then,
That
what's
was
her name?
Ms. Norris and Ms.
Norris, that's
Braymore,
it.
yes.
Ms. Norris, and then before they could present, it was canceled, and then we were not gonna move
Well,
forward.
there was an option, called a fast start, but we did not go there because there were some things with the financial part that we were unsure about and the allocations. We didn't want to set the district up for a situation because obviously we don't get any extra local money. And so we would not be able to fill those gaps at that. Now, I will say, positionally wise, E-Town Middle's in a much better place now with that. And so, we've seen some growth. That positivity is really getting out there. I will tell you that I think people are seeing the great work that is going on that our folks are putting in, and they're wanting to be a part of that. So I'm encouraged. And I know some different things were tried during that vacancy, trying to get someone to help with some lesson plans and materials. But we all know nothing substitutes for a live body that is in that, a certified live body that is in there with those kids all day long. And so, I think they did the best they could, what they had, tried even some stuff with Apex and NC Virtual School. But again, nothing substitutes for that live person being in there.
Do you foresee the possibility of state intervention with us continuously having low-performing schools?
The only school that was on the radar previously was the Elizabethtown Middle School, and now they haven't exited continuing low performing, but they've exited low performing. They don't even send out a low performing letter this year. They're not low performing by definition. Although that CLP, the continuing low performance, stays on, but they could exit that this year. And that was the only school at the time that was on target. Now, potentially with East Arcadia moving to an F, they may be on a watch list at this point. But we have not had any direct student intervention at this point. I'm sorry, excuse me, any direct state intervention for any of our schools. So that's a positive. But there, even again, when you look at East Arcadia, the achievement score, but the growth, 80%. It's hard to fight that, and then, getting that definition clarified. If a school meets growth, why should they be low performing? And there again, all but 2 in the whole district met growth, but some of them still marked low performing because it's that D or F, that 80% test score. And so that's really it really falsely defines the school
Like I
by
said,
that
Doc,
formula.
I wish that, if, go ahead.
School makes, let's say Town Middle School, you had the fifth grade do 60%. The next year, the sixth grade do 40%. What do you think the problem is there?
If, you know, you could look at that and say, well, then it would be a problem with the sixth grade teacher. That could be a possibility.
Do we ever
But-
run into that, McCarthy?
You get different students each year. You know, I understand that not all of your students are different, but you get students that come into a school and you get students that move out of a school. You can look at a teacher, but one of the issues that we run into is being a small district. You know, in a larger district, you can look, you know, I go to these meetings to learn about the EVOS data and learn about the teacher value added, to see, you know, what groups does teacher A work well with? Does teacher A work well with higher level students? You know, teacher B works well with the lower level students, and we can move those teachers around. But when you have a school that's got 4 math teachers at 4 grade levels, or sometimes even 3 math teachers to teach 4 grade levels, because it's a small district, a lot of times our hands are really tied with who we can move to do what when we're talking about things like that, as far as who's handling, you know, who does the best with those students. You know, you can't take, well, teacher A in the 5th grade is a really good teacher, and I'm going to I want to move them to the 6th grade next year. Because then, you know, you're hurting a whole nother, you're not hurting, but you're putting another group of students at a disadvantage. So it does become difficult trying to balance as a school principal, you know, which teacher is going to do best with these students when I'm limited to 3 to 4 teachers in a subject at a school.
Well, when you see that data, you talk to that principal and say, what?
I have seen schools where they have tried to move people from one subject to another subject to try to, you know, if a teacher is not performing well, let's say they're dual certified at the middle school level, and they're not performing well in 8th grade science, they might move that teacher down to a 7th grade science class, which is not a tested subject. I've seen that happen at the elementary schools, where if a teacher's not getting the test grades that they're looking for, you know, they move them to a non-tested area. I've seen those things happen, you know, where they try and shift people around in order to get, you know, the best results at their school.
Okay, so,
So would you say that it takes time for that teacher to, I mean, they have to develop class, lesson plans and all those things, but wouldn't you say that it takes time to get those students from point A to point B? And you can't really evaluate that on 1 year, because, when you're moving them from this school to this school to this school, I mean, it's like, they don't know what to expect. And you don't have the same support at every school. We definitely know that.
Mhm.
So when you have a different support element over here at this school, and then you get switched, but you did real well 2 years there, and then you get moved to another school, and now everything's just going down the toilet.
Well, we try not to move teachers too much from school to school unless the teacher specifically requests being moved from school to school.
okay, so I wanted to ask this, just final thing.
Can we do this? Can we get through the last 2 schools and then you guys can
Sure,
comment?
absolutely, that's fine.
Thank you. West Bladen High School had no federal or state designation. Their Math 3 increased 17.1 points, went up to 56.4. Also, their ACT proficiency increased by
Good.
7.4 points. So our high schools did do better with their ACT scores, and Math 3 has increased across the board. When we look at Bladen Early College, West Bladen stayed the same. They stayed at a C. They did drop from a school performance grade of a 69 down to a 58. And again, if you look, the biology, 55.2 down to 39.9. You know, the Math 3 went up. The Math 1 also here took a hit. So those are some issues that we're going to be addressing. When we look at the early college, Bladen Early College, their Math 3 proficiency, they had 100% of their students were proficient in Math 3. Their ACT proficiency at the early college went up 26.9 points. They had a cohort graduation rate of 100%. Their EL progress increased by 21.4 points from 14.3 to 35.7. So that you can see lots of areas where they improved. Now, again, Math 1 took a hit, went from 81.3 down to 68.8. English 2 took a hit. I believe their teacher left midway through the year. She retired or moved back to another state. So their English 2 dropped from 81.8 to 65.8. And their school performance grade at the early college went from 87 down to a 73. They went from an A to a B. The next slide I did want to talk about, I'll make this one real quick, it just shows you what we were discussing earlier on about the different school performance grades. You can see what happens when you start changing from the 80-20 to like a 50-50 model. Bladen Lakes, their school performance grade would be from a 50 to a 60. Bladenboro Primary from a 50 to a 62. Dublin from a 52 to a 59. East Arcadia 38 to a 54. E-Town Primary would be up to a 56. Bladenboro Middle School up to a 56. Clarkton would be at a 66. E-Town Middle could be up to a 57. They'd be knocking on the door for a C status. Tar Heel Middle School would be up to a 48. East Bladen would be up to a 54. West Bladen up to a 60. And early college up to a 76. The higher your score already is, the less of an impact it's having on you. But you can see if we were looking at a model that was a little bit more equitable, that's what we'd be looking at. The last slide, some of the key takeaways. Again, as I was saying, this is just to give you an idea of what we were talking about with the science. If you look at the elementary schools that have 5th grades, that would be Bladen Lakes, Dublin Primary, East Arcadia, and then our 4 middle schools. We had a total of 94 students that were within 5 points of passing that test. You can see what those proficiency rates could have been had the state gotten us scores to where we could have actually done the retesting. As I said, the retesting really does impact. At the high school level, you can see we had 68 students. West Bladen had 40 students. Their proficiency rate from a 39.9 could have been as high as a 65.19. So there was a lot that hurt us there. I did state before, talking about being a small district and some of the impacts that we have to deal with. We run into situations where when you have 4 middle schools in the county and you have a veteran teacher at one of those schools in a tested area that retires, and we fill that position with a brand new teacher who has to learn the curriculum, coming maybe fresh out of college, or in some situations, we can't find someone certified or qualified to be in that position, and we end up with a long-term substitute in that position. That's a big impact on a small district. When you take 1/4 of your school, if I've got a school that had like 70% proficient in this grade level, and then the next year they're down to 30%. That's a big hit when you look at a school that's a small school and a small staff, and that's something that we have to deal with as a small district. I did want to talk just one more quick thing about some of our highlights across some of our subgroups. In our 4th grade, 87.5% of the subgroups improved their scores from last year. In 6th grade, we had 100% improvement in our subgroups. It wasn't as high as we wanted it to be. Now, reading improved 93.8%. 8th grade math, this is where we talk about the difference between 8th grade math and 8th grade EOG and 8th grade math 1. 86.7% of the subgroups across 8th grade math altogether improved. When we look at the EOG, 92.9 of our subgroups in EOG math in 8th grade improved. 90.9% of our math 1 subgroups in 8th grade improved. High school proficiency across the board went up. It more than doubled. It was at 18.2, went up to 37.9. High schools, the math 3 93.3% of our subgroups improved. So we're working in our smaller areas. We need to work on making sure that we continue that across the board. When we look at our special populations, our students with disabilities showed improvement in 74.2% of their tested areas. So our EC department has really been working with those students. Our EL progress went up 13.1%. That almost doubled. It was at 14.4 the previous year. Students who have exited the EL program, the year before, less than 5% of students that were in the EL program actually exited out of the program. Last year, we were at 10.9%. So that was more than doubled. And our annual progress, the students who have made annual progress in the EL program went up from 10.3 to 16.6. So there are things that can be celebrated. We just need to really focus on bringing those achievement levels up in all of our schools, and we're just constantly working at that.
So if I can, I do want to say thank you for the information. It was very, very informative. And by no way, hopefully nobody takes this from that perspective that I'm, kind of drilling down into things. It's more so just concern for the students. And I don't know if we could, and this is more so for the superintendent, just to open the door for more robust conversation in regards to vacant positions, key positions, not, secondary positions, but certified positions, that maybe we could reserve the right to, if there is a science teacher, a science position, mathematics, English, something of that sort, that we can provide some type of incentive, only for a temporary thing or something that we can do just for that one position, just to be a little more competitive with some of the surrounding counties and to get a qualified person in the seat. I think we need to explore some type of option rather than a long-term substitute, because then if I was a principal for that school, Elizabethtown Middle School, I'm sure that he or she contacted you numerous times to say, listen, it's going to reflect the school, and they were already trading on thin ice. And so then you get antsy because this is a school report card, and when folks see a D or a F, then that's what resonates in their mind. They don't care about all the other things, all the other factors that go into play as far as retests and things in that sort. It is that this is a failing school, and it's continuously been a failing school. And so with that in mind, they lose confidence in the district and our ability to educate students in the way that they are, the district is intended to do so. Just trying to figure out what we can do differently as far as recruiting teachers, not just recruiting, but retaining teachers, having possibly retired teachers. I don't know, folks come out of retirement, maybe a math teacher out of retirement or a science teacher or someone that has that skill set and has proven themselves over the years.
Well, I know that one thing that Mr. Godwin has done this past year, Mr. Godwin has done an excellent job of changing the culture of the school. It's become a much more positive place to work, and I really do believe that in the future we're going to start seeing more teachers wanting to be over there across the road, and the teachers who are there wanting to stay there.
Well, I'm talking about just any school, not just there,
Oh, I
just
understand.
any school.
Wasn't there an incentive that was put out? I think, Mr. Donald, you and I talked about that when I came over to visit you, the $10,000 for, was it science and math? Am I correct? Science and math? What's the situation with that? I know that some people have actually moved into that position, but have we got them their money?
We are waiting on the approval of the CSI budget, so it has not been released from Raleigh yet.
Okay, when are we expecting that?
And we don't have a state budget at all right now, so we
I won't be
don't
until
have a
December.
timeline. We were hoping maybe October, but we've communicated with those teachers.
Just asking.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's challenging too, is I'll be the first person to say we need to give all the money we can, but when you go to I'm talking local first, when we go down and we ask for additional dollars, local dollars, y'all know we've put in our budget message and we've asked for additional funds to help with some of these things, even creating our own TA to teacher program and giving incentives for those. When we don't get any more money from the county, makes it very hard, and every year it continues to be that same thing. When it comes to state, when you continue to take money away from public schools and fund people to send their children paid to private school, those are the things that have got to stop. That's where those funds that should be for public school children should be directed to public school children to provide those incentives. Those are the things that we keep fighting over and over again. Is we want to do all we can. If we had a way to do it, and, you know, like, this great opportunity did come up for Elizabethtown Middle, but we got folks in the wing now waiting, can you release the money so we can honor our commitment to them? You know, and I'm like, you know, but out of the goodness of their heart, I mean, we're waiting, and we've communicated that to them. But it shouldn't be that way. That should have been in place when August got here. It should have been there. We still don't have a state budget. We are still operating on the 24, 25 conditions. There is no budget for the state of North Carolina adopted for public schools right now. That's hard. That's hard. Federal, y'all know all the fiasco that went with that. Even with that, still, there's concerns. You know, we've had funding released. In some of that, some areas are still kind of on hold. We're hearing 15% reduction. Those funds that were going to be cut, they finally pushed through, will be cut next year, part of the big, beautiful bill that's been introduced. Don't know all the specifics, not trying to get into the landscape of that. I just know that, you know, public schools are important. And if we want to continue to, it's beyond just education, it's economic. You want to educate children, you want them to come back here and work. But what incentive do they have? And you think about the career of education, what incentive is it for someone to go 4 years and then step into a potential teaching position and some folks have to work a second job just to make the ends meet for the month? That's ridiculous that a beginning teacher, some of them have to do that. And some that's been teaching for a while. The salary schedule does not even follow, you know, when you look at other careers. But you think about it, education is the field that prepares every other job. Everybody goes through at some point, some kind of educational training, whether it be us, community college, we have an investment in the future. But you're continually taking, even we had a fund last year, Ms. Harrison, correct me if I'm wrong, they took dollars, we're a low wealth county, obviously. They took dollars from the low wealth allotment to create some grant program that non-school entities could take a part of and get the money. You took it away from already deprived counties to create a fund that non-educational based groups could apply for and get. And I'm not talking about those that will work with schools. It could be any direction. And so the assault on public education continues. And so we need the resources. You know, right now, you know, this is what, aside from the thing for the coaching supplements that was designated, the same exact budget amount given to this school system again, yet county government employees got a 3% raise. Nope, we didn't get a 3% increase in our budget to operate the schools. And so those are the things that we got to work through and continue to advocate for. And I'm not just talking about, I'm not trying to bash the county, but it's a local concern, it is a state concern, and it is a federal concern.
You know, Dr. Atkinson, I think that Mr. McCarthy's presentation, some of that data could be shared with the county commissioners.
Right.
As segue to show this is why we need additional dollars.
Right.
So now we're tying it back to education.
Exactly.
I'm not sure that everybody is so much, I guess, impressed with sports or investing in sports. I think the $50,000 may have been a little bit different if it was geared towards educating the students, would have been likely, even though we need those dollars.
Right.
But,
And you know, exactly, and I'm sorry, but even in that, you know, we go back and look at our budget message, we talked about all these things that we wanted to do. Obviously, that was one thing, and that was directed toward, you know, our folks that, you know, coach for us. But there were so many things in there that all directly education related. We would talk about some of the facility needs and things moving forward. Like every year, we get asked for facility improvement plans. But if you're not giving us any more money, why we keep sending a plan down there? You know, that's the challenge that we keep trying to fight, is that it should be a partnership. And if you write a strategic plan for the county and education is one of your 5 tiers, then I believe your investment should be in education. If that is one of the 5 areas that you say are important enough for us, and we talk about, so give us additional dollars. Let's hire some additional teacher assistants. Let's hire some supports for teachers. Let's give incentives and hire bonuses for math and science and EC and all those areas that may need that. That it comes back to a dollars thing, and we need that. I mean, and I agree. The more we can tie the data, and there's some things I think that we don't get to see in a test score, is the decrease in discipline and things. that helped move Elizabethtown Middle there. The discipline has dropped dramatically. Those are factors you don't even see in this that have happened. And the more
What
adult
school is that
supervision and the
again?
more hands-on. I'm sorry.
What school you say that was?
Elizabethtown Middle is a perfect example. Discipline incidents have gone down tremendously. But at culture and high expectation, and those are things that aren't captured here that help them get there that you wouldn't see in a test score, that you wouldn't see in a growth score. There's a lot of other data points and moving parts that may not be quantified, that could be qualified. Obviously, data percentage, you could show that. But those things that, that we don't see, I agree, all that is a part of, maybe as we think through this year, and honestly, truth be known, we should be back asking for money again, and it's not even budget time again, but what you sent us will not sustain us. It will not sustain us if we want to move this county forward, if education is going to be one of the top 5 things, we've got to make that investment. We say it in our plan, but have we put the resources to support? Because we don't have taxation authority. We can't say we want to put a bond issue on, the county does that, or we can't say you want to add a 1 cent sales tax to something. We don't have that authority. We depend upon them for that. But if we're continuing, it's just like all of us, our household budgets aren't the same as they were last year. Gas has gone up, utilities have gone up, all these things have gone up. And, and obviously if you're continuing to give the same thing over and over and over again, you keep going deeper and deeper and deeper in the hole. And so, that's where it goes back to, and it's not anybody's fault, it's just we got to say, let's listen and really align our dollars to where we say the need is. And I agree this data becomes a valid part of that too.
Mr. McCarthy, we appreciate you. Dr. Atkinson, 8.02.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. Just information, you have a link there to all the guest logins. Next month, we'll be asking you all to approve the school improvement plans for the year. Just want to share, these are living, breathing plans. And so what that means is as schools are working, they do change strategies, they do change targets. And so what we have to capture to be in compliance with guidelines is at the board to affirm those plans. And so we're giving you this period. There's the logins. You can look at any of the plans. You have direct access to those. And so you can see some things. They are working in progress. And so we'll come back to you all at the October board meeting and request your approval of those plans. So this is a period for you all to look and see the information. And obviously, if you have any questions, you can direct those to us and we can get those. But just know that schools are continuing to work on those and continue to update. In fact, they'll probably have 2 school improvement plan meetings by the time you all see them again. But I wanted you to give you that access to where those are. And so that concludes everything for 8.2 unless there's any questions.
8.03, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. 8.3 deals with the district improvement plan for low-performing schools. Statute requires us to share some things that we're working on in terms of the district and supporting schools. I want to take you through this. You all have a copy of that. As we begin the Leader in Me process, part of that work deals with the 4 disciplines of execution, and that focuses on what's called widely important goals. And so what is often happening, and this was something we worked through this summer in summer leadership, and we did something new this year. We brought all of our school improvement teams together on the first day of their summer retreat, all of us together in one place to talk about some of this preliminary data that we kind of assumed we had. It was not official at that point. We talked about what it meant to, quite often we have checked the box, and every system has checked the box. Well, you did a school improvement plan, check, you're done. But that's really not the design of what it should be. And so often, to get to several of the questions and valid points you gentlemen made tonight, is that sometimes you put too many targets on the table and don't focus in on what it is. And so we encourage schools to really focus, and even the district, to really focus on what are 2 wildly important goals for you as a school. One of those to be tied to the academic side, and the second to be tied to culture, engagement, and leadership. And so what does that mean? So obviously we know our core business is academics, so that's the first thing. And so rather than just stating we're going to increase blah, 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 we did a push for those to be SMART goals. Those that were specific, they were measurable, targeted goals, and realistic goals. To say you want to move your proficiency 50% in 1 year is not realistic. When you think about what realistically could be meet, still challenging, but what realistically could be meet. And so we worked through that time with that. We will do it again. That was a powerful, powerful opportunity. Typically, schools have had their own, done their 2 days, but we had a chance to let schools collaborate, share ideas, share strategies, think about resources, thinking about teaching and how we could do the professional learning and the growth and development and how we can work across schools, because we walked away that day that although we operate in 12 schools, all 3,900 plus students in this county belong to every single one of us. Just because I'm at Bladen Lakes Primary and this is my group of students that are at my building, yes, they're in my day-to-day care, but the remaining 3,750 in the county also belong to us too. And so I think that one thing that was a turning point for us, and it just happens because we're used to being in our school buildings and doing our thing and going, was that we take ownership as a collective group with all of our children. That it doesn't matter if I'm the principal of this school. Yes, my target is to work with them, but I'm also a part of the growth in every other building too. And so how do we work together? How do we focus on what it is that we need? Mr. Davis brought that good point. What are those missing pieces? It might be that, Dr. Ruffin at Tar Heel may have a bona fide expert in the math area, and Mr. Godwin has somebody in ELA that's really cooking with grease. How do they collaborate and work through that together? So we've done some of that, but we haven't done it in a way that it was a true, authentic, collaborative effort. And so I believe that's going to be a turning point. That was time well spent. And schools walked away and they gave positive feedback. Should have been doing this years ago. And so I'm glad that leadership together collectively, we had that aha moment together. Look, we got to do more to be in tune even more together. And so that's where the wildly important goals came from. Although each school looks at their specific data, it becomes a subset of the whole. And so when we think about what is it that we're going to do as a district, we've had a couple things in place that have worked well, some things that we'd like to do differently. So when we think about the first wildly important goal, even for the district, we state that we're going to increase proficiency by 10% at large in reading, math, and science on the EOGs and EOCs by June of 26. Again, measurable, time-stamped, realistic, SMART goal, and that each subgroup is going to improve by at least 5%. And so how do we do that? Part of that work, that collaborative work, deals with the collaborative side. And so I'm sure you all have heard, some of you have heard the term PLC before, Professional Learning Community. And so what has happened over time, what was intended to be good, authentic PLCs, kind of lost their measure. And that's not just a Bladen County thing, that's happened across the board. So really getting back to what is a true professional learning community. That's when that team of teachers inside the building and that team of teachers across grade levels, those times they come together, they collaborate. This is what our data is showing us. How do we, if the issue is a math thing and our kids are missing the mark on fractions, what do we need to do differently to make them where they can understand and work through fractions? What is the strategies? Is it what's working at your school, what's not working at the other school, or what isn't in the same building? How do we bring that together? So sharing those ideas, sharing those resources, and it's not just my teacher A's data. That whole team owns that classroom and all those classrooms. And so it's a mindset change for us.
In New Hanover County.
Right.
It's share lesson plans and all.
Right. And so we've moved our lesson plans to an online platform so they can be shared. And so when we have opportunities, when there may be a long-term sub for 6 weeks, how are content area teachers be able to, can we even pipe them in to teach those lessons? We've done some of that, and how we're going to expand those things. So thinking differently, thinking out of the box when money is a problem. Educators are the best people at learning how to do more with less. We get less and less every year, but the work doesn't stop. The work has to be done. And so those PLCs, thinking about those, what we consider tier 2, tier 3 students that fall outside of what would be those who would, who may have to have targeted interventions. So we're progress monitoring, checking on them, not just, okay, well, you're not proficient and we leave it to figure out. There's moment in time, data collection, hands-on, small group instruction, targeted, schools using Title I funding and things to really target high dosage tutoring. Research has showed us that the high dosage tutoring works better during the school day because sometimes there's barriers that, you know, kid can't stay. They may have to help care for a younger sibling. They can't stay after school. But how do we work that during the school day to where they're getting that support during the day when they're with us? And so rethinking that whole model a lot. Really focusing on two tools we know, our reading and our math, our iRead and Amplify. Those are aligned to state standards. And so, you know, being dedicated, committed to making sure that we have that usage with fidelity, but also it's more than just usage. What data is coming from this to tell us where we are? Where's the gap? How do we fix it? And that's not just at the classroom level, that's at the school level, that's also at the district level. One thing we're going to do different this year we have not done, and this was a move in education years ago, is that we're going to have the quarterly student-led data conferences where parents come in and the student leads their parent through mom, dad, grandma. This is where I'm at. I show my growth. It's almost like a student portfolio. This is where I need help at. This is what we're doing to get that help. Really, those hands-on, and teachers are basically facilitating that. They're not, a lot of times they come in and what we've always done, the teacher drives it, parents are sitting there listening, and they feel like they're just having to take it all in. But when the student takes that ownership and helps the guide in through that, you know, I know for me, if my child said, you know, one thing a certain way, I'm gonna be a little bit tougher on her as a parent and can get by with that. But, you know, Carly, tell me why you're having such a difficult time with this unit. And so that ownership goes back on the student. It's also part of our leadership model that we're trying to build them as student leaders. And so that it's important for the student to understand what it is that, you know, we can say all day long, you know, 35% of students have trouble with fractions. But do those 35% know who they are? Because if they just take a test and you mark it wrong and don't go back and show them what they did wrong and spend time with them, help them understand what they did wrong, we're just continuing in a cycle of test them and go, test them and go. But be more intentional of, if I got something wrong or if I didn't do so well on something, let's dig down and find out why I didn't, and let's help make that up. And that ownership goes back on, the student needs to understand why they did. I mean, the teacher does, obviously, because that informs teaching and learning, but it does no good for the student if they don't understand why. And so being able to have them facilitate that and be a part of that active discussion is going to be important. We have changed our model some. In fact, we had to get creative with funding a little bit, obviously, because we know that even the state doesn't provide us enough. We fund 4 assistant principals is all we get from Raleigh. Out of all our 4 assistant principals is all that's funded out of Raleigh. Crazy. There was a time they were going to say every school would get 1 AP, and they never have done that yet either. But we think about, so how do we utilize that and work through what funding we do have and how we can structure? So we have, in some places, utilized an assistant principal in a smaller building to do a dual role, academic instructional coach part-time and assistant principal part-time. And so as we're working through these leadership and student leadership changes, obviously we're teaching students to be better citizens, so hopefully that's decreasing our discipline incidents. We've already seen some evidence of that already, and that we'll see that goal come in a moment too, because that's a real part of this too. Because students have to have a safe, welcome, and warming environment to learn. If you don't have that, there's not going to be any quality teaching and learning take place. They've got to have a safe place. And so we'll circle back to that in a moment. And so these are folks that are helping coach teachers on best strategies, best practices, helping to facilitate those professional learning communities. How can, you know, and they may work with a colleague and say, you know, I really have somebody here that they're doing a great job with this content. I need to put them in touch with this teacher so we can find out how they can help them. and someone that helps facilitate that, helps make sure we're providing those interventions to students, that it's being done like it should be done. Because some of these systems we work with will actually map out a plan for a student and say, you know, when they do this progress monitoring, we see that these 2 standards really only are showing up at 50%, whereas these other 3 are at 95%. Why are we going to spin our wheels when they've already met high proficiency in 3 areas? Go to those targeted places where those skill sets are needed. And so being more intentional with the teaching and learning. Not saying we haven't, but we're doing a deep dive, focused, heavy-handed emphasis on making sure that happens, because we believe that's the key to target that proficiency side. And obviously, if we're working on that and working toward growth goals for students, the growth is going to happen. We already know we're growing kids. Our work has got to be on getting them proficient. And so part of that is marry that work with this intensive, trying to get those skill sets in and make sure we do that. And then obviously, learners to leaders is a part of, that's our district theme. That's part of our Leader in Me program that we're going to be expanding into our high schools as well. And so that deals with those leadership opportunities for students, making them active in that. When a student feels like they have that sense of belonging, that they're making a difference, that we know that academic growth and proficiency is a byproduct of that. That sense of belonging, that sense of knowing they're making a positive impact, you know, that goes back to more student recognitions, more opportunities for growth. Whether it's a small task, if you're the line leader for this week, but make that investment, celebrate that, help them see that value in, you know, because our goal is not just on the academics, but we're to produce productive citizens for this society. And so when they leave us, it's not just to give them the skills for English, reading, math, and science. It's teaching them what good citizenship should be. How should I act in public? What does it mean to live with integrity and honesty and those character traits that are important, that take you a long way? You haven't got to be necessarily the smartest person. I mean, I know I don't profess to be, but those good character traits will take you a whole lot further in life often. And a lot of times when you do those kind of things, you set that environment up. And so that takes us into the second goal, and we've encouraged schools as well to do the same thing. So when we do school improvement plans, you'll look for these languages. When y'all were looking, these are the things we want to see. The second part of that goes back to a culture, engagement, leadership. And so what does that mean? And so part of that Leader in Me is a survey that looks at those conditions. And so our district-wide goal is that we're going to see positive results of a gain of 10% in that, as well as a byproduct is that we're going to have a reduction in office referrals by 15% by June 2026. And so that goes back to what kind of environment putting those student leadership roles, because in the real world, people have to take ownership for their actions. And so you make discipline also, just saying you've got 3 days of ISS and not saying this is why you have 3 days of ISS, the appropriate response would have been this, and make it where you're not just saying you got ISS or OSS, go home, but they understand that life has consequences. When you do wrong, this is what happens, and understand that I expect more from you to, you know, we all make mistakes. They're children, they're learning, they're growing. But it doesn't mean you don't give consequences, but at the same time, too, they understand this is in life. If you break a law in life, guess what? You're going to be charged. And so teaching them those skill sets and taking ownership to start that process of being productive citizens as young, responsible adults who have meaning, who can make a positive contribution, so that we do that and set up that environment. So it becomes, how are we structuring the school in terms of, you know, have we put just the emphasis on, if you play football, we're going to recognize you every week, but what have we done about those that have met learning targets? That, you know, we've always had A honor roll, B honor roll, but what about those that's had most improvement? So how are we celebrating doing that? We want to put in a Students of the Month, Employees of the Month. We're going to do some things like that to really start celebrating. Because if we don't tell our story, we're subject to what the media says about us or what somebody makes up about us. We're more than just these numbers on a sheet. Yeah, they're important, but there's more to educating a child than a test score. We're responsible for educating the whole child, not just, you know, giving you the skills to learn academics, but to also teach you right from wrong, to teach you what is good practice and behavior. And how do we do that? Is that we work to make that a part of everyday classroom. You integrate that as a part of the classroom instruction by having those roles, responsibilities, holding accountable, having classroom rules. You know, we set out the gate, spend those first few days teaching and reemphasizing rules, expectations. Everybody can do it. Everybody be successful. And we have that kind of culture set up. And that's what we're working for, to do that. And we have that with consistency. And then we'll see that reduction. Because a lot of times you want students to think sometimes before they act. Now, we know that's a life lesson for everybody, and we've all been guilty of sometimes reacting before actually thinking. Be slow to speak and quick to listen. Listen more, think before I react. And so those are life lessons that we should be teaching early on. And how much conflict and controversy and turmoil and stress sometimes do they even cause themselves or others. You know, well, sometimes you got to take a step back and think that's life. Sometimes I might have to think about something before I respond. And, you know, and so teaching those kinds of skills that aren't in a textbook, that are good citizenship, and maybe think about others. You know, we talk about the golden rule. Think about others. You know, do to others you do. I say, I want done to you. You think about those kind of things, those behaviors, teaching and reinforcement. What is the expectation that we would have? Because every person that comes, every child, parents send their best. Sometimes it's grandparents sending them. Sometimes it may be another family member. It might be an adoptive situation. That doesn't matter. All of them, all of our 3,900 students now have value and are important to all of us. And having that conversation of, yes, I have my building, but yes, we as a district admin team, every single principal, every AP, every teacher assistant, every bus driver, every cafeteria worker, every custodian, everybody, every coach, everybody understands that they all belong to us. So setting up that environment to where it really focuses on that. And so you see several things. We want to increase the family engagement. That's always been a challenge. Used to, you could feed them and they'd come. That doesn't work anymore either. And so we got to think about strategically, how are we going to engage them even more? We believe those student-led conferences are going to be one way, because, you know, a lot of times if their child is doing something, more people are apt to come than they don't want to come and hear you talk. But if the children are doing, if it's a band concert, if it's a game, how do we capitalize on those events when parents are coming and make that to where it's even more meaningful? And so thinking out of the box, those recognition systems that we're thinking about. When we talk about not just the district goals, we want the school goals to also align in that. And we believe that part of the problem has been we've been so advantageous because DPI has taught us this way. You've got to have 115 indicators in NC STAR. You've got to have X number to be a part of your plan. That was overkill. That's what you call random acts of improvement. We were maybe doing some good things in all of them, but guess what? Something goes by the wayside if you put too much energy into too many things. And so really focused on what are those big rocks that are going to move our school forward, but most importantly, what's going to be the best benefit for the students. And so not going too far, but really honing in on what that is. And so our PD is going to look that way. What are those things that are high in yield? You know, some of our greatest resources exist already in our district now. How do we capitalize on that? We may have rock star teachers that really have classroom management perfect. They may be the best person to help some of our beginning folks. And how do we capitalize on those? So using our own resources that are here that can do that. So that's just one example. Prioritizing the resources with a little bit that we do get. How are we prioritizing that and focus, you know, with the CSI status or with Title I? What does that look like? How do we really put that where it needs to be? And then obviously that feedback. One thing we'll be doing too is we're increasing our frequency of our district data conferences. So, you know, as the instructional leader in a building, the principal should have a good general working knowledge of everything in that building as it relates to instruction. One thing we're also doing is how do we monitor instruction? Well, the administrators got to spend more time in classrooms. And so we know that, and we've got some principals and assistant principals here, you know, everything tries to pull them out. Well, this person stumped their toe in the office. Ms. Bravo actually led a training with our office staff. Not everything is an emergency. We've got to protect time for administrators to be in there helping to coach and see what the teacher's needs are. How can we help? being a more visible presence. And so being there during classroom changes, all those things are important for the positivity of a school culture, but also helping teachers and students realize they're really invested in me because they're in here. I even set our own personal goal, and y'all can hold me accountable to this because we've adopted a classroom walkthrough form district-wide. Every principal's using the same one, every AP's using the same one, every district office staff member that's doing classroom walkthroughs is doing the same room. I told them at convocation, teachers, before Christmas, I will have visited every single classroom in this district, every teacher at least once minimum. That's my personal goal. Y'all can hold me accountable to that, and I'm keeping that data because I'm the district's ultimate instructional leader. Principals are the instructional leaders for their building. I can't expect principals to be in classrooms if I'm not doing it myself. That doesn't mean I hadn't been in them, but the day-to-day management thing sometimes comes, so how can we dedicate that specific time? And I told them, just because superintendent's in your classroom doesn't mean something's wrong. I'm here to support you and to learn from you and help you. And so the more we can do that, so we've made a vested interest. Our leadership team has made a commitment. Principals, APs, district admin, even more time in schools. Even more time in schools. So some of those little small tasks that a lot of times principals get pulled away for that weren't emergencies, we have qualified folks in our offices that can often manage and mitigate some of those things so that the time is not now. Obviously, blood, blue lights, emergencies, that's one thing. We understand that. But a lot of times, administrators were getting pulled out for things that were not emergencies. And same thing, district admin happens to us sometimes too. But you've got to that's got to be a priority for everybody. Saturate our classrooms. Not just tell them that you care about them, show them that you care about them. They understand I'm here, I might be giving you some coaching feedback, but I'm here to see the great things you're doing in here. I want to see your kids. One thing we're going to do out front here, and it's opening out there, starting next month, one side is, we have students, they may not be the best in math and ELA, but they can probably draw anything they put their mind to. So we want to start highlighting some of those artistic abilities and things because we're educating the whole child. I might not be the best in the content area, but I might be better in the arts. I'd love for Christmas to have our bands up here playing as people are coming for the board meeting. All those things are important. Give them opportunities for students to be involved even beyond the classroom. We've even had a couple of the churches that have invited the band kids to come and play a part with their choirs and things. And so more exposure and things we can do for them, those real life experiences. And so that obviously would not be everything, but those are some key things that we believe will help us move forward at the school level as well as the district level. And so the rest of that's there for you, some summary notes on that. But we're invested in this work. We know even if everybody had the highest performance grade, there's still work to be done. We should never be satisfied. We should celebrate the successes, but even us as human beings, we all individually have things we can improve on. Just like we tell teachers, you might have been to school and got your degree and you're 25 years in, you can still learn and grow. The more we perfect our craft, the more that impacts the students as well. And that's all I have on that. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to address those.
All right. Mr. Lennon, 8.4, capital outlay project. Yes, sir.
So, on the report that I just gave you, honestly, I think we did pretty good, but I just wanted to say thank you because some of this y'all helped push forward so we can get it done for these schools. So I just wanted to say thank you. But it's 2 sheets, and it's all from the 24-25 capital outlay. Everything on here is complete. So this is all the work that we done off of capital outlay. It's not counting what I did out of maintenance budget or what we did out of maintenance budget, but it's just capital outlay. So once again, I'd like to say thank you. Y'all help support and vote and push some of this stuff through that's needed to be done. You have any questions?
as I'm looking at this list, there's a lot that's been accomplished in this time frame. I would say that's great. Everything on these 2 pages has been completely done.
Yes, sir.
I have one, well, I would say a small issue and a little bit bigger issue. The one, or not issue, concern. Use the right terminology, concern. The one is the bathrooms over at the Clark School Square. Female bathrooms. For over 3 years, roughly. We've not had doors on those bathrooms at the field house, at the, on the field. And we have young children, parents, grandparents, using those facilities when they come to watch their kids play and things of that sort. And we have curtains up. And to me, I mean, I have a concern with that. So why, can you tell me why that has not been?
Because the roof is getting ready to get done, and those doors are getting ready to get done.
The roof is getting ready to get done? And
Yeah.
the doors that I'm referring to?
In the restrooms.
Okay. Can you tell me, I mean, why took 3 years to put some doors up?
Well, nobody never complained about it. You the first. They haven't told me. Not
Well,
one.
maybe not you.
Not one. Well,
Maybe
if I
not
don't
you.
know, that's just like Mr. Davis. You can go around and look. It's 9 of y'all, correct? 9 board members. That's all I got on my maintenance team with 11 schools. So everything don't get done right then. You look at all these principals, assistant principals, ask them, don't they see me about every day? If they call, I'm there.
And you've known about it, or you hadn't known about it, and the proper people hadn't received that communication, if you'll send that stuff to via me, I'll be glad to talk to the superintendent. I'll talk to anybody that's involved. That way, we can actually stand here and talk about what we need to do, or whoever's at the podium is not kind of like blindsided as to what's. I got you. I understand that. But if you'll push that stuff to me, we'll get everybody involved, and we'll get a faster process. Because when you get work orders through high schools and you get things done, things tend to carry out. So, so if you guys will push that, board members, if you'll push that stuff to me, I'll be more than happy to push it to the proper folks so we can get it taken care of. Because I agree, if it's been going on for 3 years, it should have been addressed a long time ago. But let's get that in an email to myself, Dr. Atkinson, Ms. Brown, Mr. Lennon, whomever it needs to go to, so we can get action on it. And then we're not sitting here kind of debating it back and forth. And then we can get it completed, get closure, and we can move on to the next problem. I'm more than happy to take concerns, complaints, and get it to the right folks and follow up and get the necessary repairs, people in place. We can get these things taken care of. So,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
My next is, that was the first concern that I had.
again, Mr. Davis, if you'll send that stuff to me, I'll be more than happy to get it to the right folks. So we can, yeah, we got a section called board comment.
Right.
So when we get to that process, if you want to keep that, then we'll go. But at the end of the day, if you guys will give me any concerns, points, anything like that, I'll be more than happy to get it to the proper folks so we can get it discussed. Mr. Lennon, I appreciate you, sir.
Well, hold on, I wanted to ask for clarification.
Yep.
Mr. Lennon, you did make mention, I think you were gonna make a point, earlier, you said there were 9 of us. I just wanna understand.
That's all I
where
got
you-
on my whole maintenance department for 11 schools.
Oh, for 9, okay,
It's
got you,
9.
okay, I didn't hear the
So
end.
sometime it takes longer than others to do things. That was my point I was making.
Okay.
But, Mr. Davis, it will be addressed and it'll be taken
And I
care of.
thank you, sir, and I really truly believe that it will. I was
Yes,
not
sir.
trying to point you, I try to make you, put you on the spot, but saying, sometimes I say all the time, and I even tell my guys this, I can't do something about something I don't know anything about. So I asked the question, this came to me. I was at a school event recently, this district, and it came to me. Out of the blue. And I said, well, I didn't know anything about it. Because you know what? As he's sitting there saying, you know, putting people on the spot, they put me on the spot.
I understand, Mr. Davis, I understand that, but again, if you'll push that stuff to us, I'll be more than glad to get it out, so Mr., and then when Mr. Lennon stands up in front of us, he's already got the information,
And I heard what
he
you
can
said.
answer that, so
Can I
that's,
finish my
that,
statement?
no, sir, I'm talking.
going to.
So at the end of the day, if you'll push that information to me, I'll be more than happy to get it to Mr. Lennon or whoever it might be, so we can get it taken care of, so.
Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr.
I understand.
Lennon? Do you
So,
understand what I'm saying, Mr. Lennon?
thank you,
I was
Mr.
on-
Lennon, I appreciate you, sir.
All right,
Ms. Brown,
thank you.
thank you, sir.
Board Chair, Mr. Singletary, and board members, the update for our sheriff contract, we have a meeting on tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the sheriff to work through some concerns and expectations, but for now, we're working on a month-to-month basis with the sheriff department.
What does
Okay.
that mean?
Will you give us an update on that?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
That we have not signed a contract and you have not approved a contract to be for this school year.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. All right, we'll go on to, action items, 9.1, Ms. Susan Harris.
Good evening, members of the board, board chair. You have before you, as you all know, we received $50,000 from the county commissioners this year for our local budget. That money was to be used for coaching supplements for our coaches, or an increase for our coaches. When I spoke with the county, I found out that this has not been stated as reoccurring money, that this is just for the 25-26 school year. So that's not something that we can put in our coaching salary scale, because we would have to take it out next year. So unless they provide the $50,000 for us again. So what you have before you is a coaching bonus that we have as administration calculated, and for the number of coaches that we have, we've given you two options. Option A would be to give all coaching staff a bonus of $380 after the end of the season for that, which is the way they get paid. They get paid their coaching supplement at the end of each season. Or option B would be to do the same, but the coaches would receive different amounts based on high school coaches at $500, high school assistants at $300, middle school coaches $350, and then middle school assistants at $150. Administration is asking for approval of either A or B.
If I could add a point of clarification, one thing that Ms. Harrison approached them, and I think the premise originally, they're requiring us to prove we pay it. So we got to pay it first and then turn it in. And then we asked, was it recurring? And they said no. So this is a one-time, so you can't really increase the pay scale for coaches, because if you increase the pay scale, that's an expectation that the pay scale is going to continue on. And so it's kind of put us in a awkward place. It's addressing, giving them funding, but it's not doing it, but just a one-time assumption, and there's no guarantee moving forward.
So they tell us that we can now put in the next year's budget?
It's cause it's a one-time payout, it can't be a
Yeah.
continuous pay.
And, just like, and Mr. Roto made a good point about not being trusted. Y'all know for years now, capital outlay money is allocated to us. We have to go ask them to use the money that's been allocated to us and can only be used for that purpose. And they're the only ones who can give us permission to use it for something different we have to approach them for. That goes back to several years ago, way before many of us, when there was some money transferred that should have been used. But every time, now our capital outlay, even though they tell us you've got $500,000-600,000, we got to keep going down there to ask them to use our money. Same kind of thing with this. Not sure why, we have not done anything. I know in my administration, moving forward, our team, we have not done anything. If we say we're gonna use it a certain way, we always tell them, even in the budget message, if there's something that we ask you all for and it can't come to fruition, we'll come to you and say, you know, we can't do it for this purpose. Can we use it for something else? Or, I mean, we're not above doing that. And so we felt like there's been an open relationship, but for some reason, that was recommended by the county's finance officer. We went back and looked at their minutes, that we prove that we've given them for this purpose. We would have no other reason not to. If you gave it to us for that, we would. And so, Mr. Rhoda, that's been something we've been fighting for years. For some reason, we have to prove that we're using the money that they give us to use for the purpose that it's supposed to be used for, if that makes any sense. It's very discouraging.
Okay, I do have a question for Ms. Harrelson. If you could, do you have the number of coaches that would include senior as well as assistant coaches that you use in this calculation for $50,000?
I do not have that in here with me.
Okay. And that leads to the next question. Of that $50,000, does that include the contribution, the financial contributions or taxes that the employer pays? Or is that something else? Will they be treated as contracted employees for this and they do a W-9, 1099 or something of that sort? Or is this still a part of the W-2 duties if it's a full-time employee?
Because of them being an employee, we have to take Social Security and retirement out of that check.
Okay, so what if, okay, so even
So
if it
that
is someone who's
includes that.
part-time, who just comes in to coach in the afternoons, then that person is still considered an employee, not a contractor, correct? Okay. So of that $50,000, that is budgeted in
That's
that?
included.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can I get a motion on the floor for option A?
Mr. Secretary, I don't know what option A is, or option B.
Yes, the option is $380 at the completion of each sports
That's for
season.
everybody.
Could you do that again, Ms.
It's in your,
If you click the thing, it'll come on the board, on the,
Yeah.
So what happens with A is that every single head coach, assistant coach, regardless of high school, middle school, would get the same amount at $380 pre-tax. And then for option B, it's been broken down to high school versus middle school, high school head coach at $500, high school assistant $300, and middle school middle school head coach at $350, middle school assistant at $150. And so that's really the two options. One, across the board, same to everybody, or two, is tiered based on their level and at their coach or head or assistant coach.
Dr. Atkinson, I have a question, sir.
Sure, yes, sir.
Are all the coaches, assistants, at all these different tiers, are they all putting in the same amount of time and effort?
Probably not.
Yeah, it would depend on, because different sports are more intensive, some have more competition than others. And that's what would make it even more difficult to go down and say, which we could do, you could say basketball head coach makes this versus track and field that makes that, or versus cross country or bowling or golf. And so, that would get even more granular. We could go back and draft something with that as a possibility, but, we know, and, you know, $50,000 sounds like a large amount, kind of at the beginning. When you start breaking it down, it hardly becomes, and by the time that's taxed, they're not gonna have much of that left.
Well, let me ask the board this, do you guys wanna table this?
let's ask this question every.
And put it back on next meeting and redraft something, or you wanna work that?
They need their money.
I mean, so motion on the floor is option A. And I get that's $380 at completion of each sports season.
You said a motion?
Yeah, can I get a
Make the
motion
mo-
on the floor?
Did he make the motion?
He didn't make, he raised his hand.
Okay.
He said,
He said he makes the motion.
Okay, he makes the motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
I got a second. Any discussion?
Ms. Harrison has a coach number for you.
It's 99 coaches. That's including,
What in the world is it
that's
coaching?
including middle school and high school, head coaches and assistants.
Good grief.
Everybody votes on option
They're ready to compete at the Olympics.
A. Any discussion?
Do head coaches get paid more than assistant coaches?
They do.
I would think so.
How much more?
Based on experience.
It's based on the experience in the sport.
Are you voting on that? And
All right.
that scale has been in for years.
We're voting on, we've got a motion on the floor for A, so we haven't got to B yet, so, we got a motion on the floor and a discussion. All those in favor, for option A signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No.
We gotta do a count on that, we gotta do a vote on that.
All right, so we can go by hand raised on, A. All those in favor of option A, raise your hand. All those opposed? All right. Can I get a motion on the floor for option B?
So moved.
I got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by raising your hand. All those opposed? Motion carries on option B.
Thank you.
Wow.
Count to oppose, I oppose. You got it?
We got
Let's see.
So what we'll do is we'll have to just, quick point of clarification, that's payable at the end of their season, so we'll have to ask for, we'll do it and ask for reimbursement after each season to the county, and by the end of the fiscal year, we'll get to the, I think we gotta put like $600 and some with it to make it work, but we'll find $600 to make that work out.
We gotta put 600.
600, to make it even out, because that was just too much to divide among, so it's like 50,600 and some, so we can work that out to cover that to make it where it's eligible.
All right, action item 9.2, Dr. Atkinson, needs-based public capital fund, Bladenboro and Elizabethtown primary school additions.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. Last year, we brought before you all the needs-based public school capital fund applications. This is to do the additions at Bladenboro Primary and Elizabethtown Primary. As you recall, Bladenboro Primary will be a multi-purpose space with 10 classrooms. Elizabethtown Primary would be a multi-purpose space, 10 classrooms, as well as a new cafeteria and kitchen. So there's a little bit larger project at Elizabethtown Middle. We know things have not changed. Elizabethtown Middle students are starting to eat lunch at 10 o'clock, which should not happen. That's too early for kids to start having lunch that soon, but to get them all through there, we got to do it. And so last year we were not selected. I believe it's because they had just funded Tar Heel previously in the other cycle, and they didn't. So we are presenting these two back again. We do want the board to reaffirm us seeking application. The county commissioners do have to provide a 5% match. Last year, they unanimously agreed to do so. We did get some initial numbers based on what we were looking for from the folks that did the construction at Tar Heel. It was just what they call a rough order of magnitude, nothing binding by any means, because that would have to be bidded and decide which method we want to go, whether it be design, build, or construction manager at risk, and that's a deeper conversation when we get to that point. Obviously, the Tar Heel project was CM at risk, the construction manager at risk. What we have done is I did get the firm that is working on those tax credits to try to give us a concrete number. With some changes in federal, the number of what would be in tax credits actually got reduced. However, it is still around 1.8 million, a little bit over. And with the increased projection and costs now with construction, and also giving a little bit of cushion for what they call FF&E, that's your fixtures, furniture, and equipment. That would be an additional $100,000 on the match. However, as we pitched to the county commissioners last year, if you take those tax credit reimbursements and make that the match, there's no increase to taxes, no hit on the county's budget at any means. You're just reinvesting the tax credit back from Tar Heel onto this project. And so we're asking, because it does require the board chair's approval for us as well as the county commissioners. The unfortunate thing is they're meeting tonight as well. I sent them a letter Y'all got a copy of that, asking them to please support it again. I hope they took some action tonight. If not, I don't know that our next meeting will be in time, so we may have to ask them to do a special call meeting of the commissioners if possible. I would hope they would reaffirm it because they did last year, but there has been some change in their board as well, and so we don't know. To me, it's a no-brainer. If you can build these two badly needed facilities at these two, our largest elementary schools, and not have an impact on taxpayers, I think it's a no-brainer. And so we're asking the board tonight to reaffirm their commitment on these two projects. All the money would come from the lottery. The 5% match would be on the county commissioners. There'd be no financing. As you all know, they had to finance on the Tar Heels 5% match. And as I've shared with you all, we're paying that bill. And so they're not. And so it's coming out of the capital outlay off the top. And so that was not the way it was presented, but that's what we're doing for the next 10 years. $500 and some thousand is paying toward Tar Heel. This would be no payment if the tax credits are put there. So we're requesting the board to approve the 25-26 needs-based capital fund projects for the Bladenboro primary and Elizabethtown primary school additions.
Can I get a motion on the floor for 9.2?
So moved.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Atkinson, 9.3, 2025 summer custom policy updates.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. As you recall, I sent you out a set of policies, the 2025 summer custom policies. Talked with Attorney Weinstein. We have looked at those. Several of those policies are already, they reference laws that are already in place. And so obviously we really need to adopt those policies to go ahead and get them in place. One specific policy that we have some more time on that I want to highlight is in the drafts 4318, which is the use of wireless communication devices. We're going to ask, when I make the recommendation here in a moment, we're going to ask to pull that out of the set because that law is not really effective until January 1. We have a practice in place now in our code of conduct where our K-8 turns them in at the beginning of the day, don't get them back to the end of the day. High school, they're turned in each period. That's in our code of conduct now. Really, these two policies, one says the whole day, one says during all time except non-instructional. And so she and I need to work on a marrying of that to reflect what we have in our code of conduct for you all to approve as that policy. So this is one of those instances where we have two versions, but we need parts of both versions. So she's going to work on that. She and I will collaborate, and we'll bring a draft back to you all. Again, that's not an emergent need, so that could follow our regular process, bring it to you all for information, let it sit on the table in October, have you all take action in November, then be ready for the law when it takes place December. But tonight, we're requesting the board to go ahead and approve the remaining custom policy updates. What would have to happen to do that is the board would first have to vote to set aside policy so that we could take action on those policies to get those implemented so we could be compliant with the laws that have already been passed.
Jason, I haven't completed these policies.
I sent them the same day I got them from the School Board Association. I forwarded you all, and they kind of, usually they give them to us and they're in windows of, this is the custom policies. This was kind of a special edition. They're reactive because laws were passed. I'll turn it over to our board attorney to address that.
Yeah, what's unique about a lot of the laws that pass that are affecting these policies is that the laws also say that the school board has to have a policy that includes the legal requirements. So it's not just that the school board has to start following the law, but as of the start of the school year, there also has to be a policy that outlines the law. So it's just a little more fast-paced than it historically has been.
So we need to get a motion on the board, on the floor to table the one.
Well, we won't have the one for tonight. We're removing that from this set because we're going to
Okay.
have to work on a custom draft because our current code of conduct uses bits and pieces from both of those so we can have a policy that really gets to what we already have in our code of conduct.
I got you.
And so what we would have to do tonight to get these to be compliant with what we're supposed to do in the law, to have a policy for them, is you all would have to vote first to set aside policy so that we could take action all that. So we need to vote on that first and then come back and
So
vote
we
on the
need to waive
policies.
policy and then go from there.
Right, so normally you would do like a first reading and then you would approve it at the next meeting, but to be in compliance with law, there's not time to do a first reading.
Gotcha.
Okay, so let me say, that with policy 4318 with wireless devices, the two documents that were sent to us, they were conflicting.
Right.
The first, it said may possess, the entire day but not utilized. But then the second policy, it said that they have a storage plan. So I didn't know which one was indeed correct, or the one that we were.
That's the one we're pulling that one out totally tonight. We're going to ask for, because they wrote two separate, because districts are doing different things. Because we were everybody was kind of prepping for this coming, because we knew it was coming, but it was not affected. So a lot of folks in their code of conduct or procedures said this is what we're going to do as a district. So in our code of conduct, what we have adopted is that K-8 turns them in the beginning of the day, they don't get them back to the end of the day. And so they don't have any use throughout the day at all. High school turns them in each period, they get them back. So high school has them in class changes and at the cafeteria at lunch. Other grade levels, K-8 does not have that. So I think option A was the one that's a total ban. And option B was for instructional periods only. Our policy, our procedure, rather, in code of conduct still gives the teacher latitude, like at the high school level, if they need to do something with that phone, they could reassign it back out and recollect it. And so what the School Board Association, they didn't give an option C that married both of them, because they just said, here's an A and B. So really what we need to do is collaborate and develop a policy 4318. It would essentially take elements from both of those that actually aligns to what we're doing in practice now, and that becomes our policy, subject to you all approving. So that one we have time, because that law was not effect until January 1 of 2026. And so the others are the ones that we need to set aside policy so that we can adopt those, so we can be compliant when the law says the school board shall have a policy. Now, when we will actually have a policy. None of these are modified. These are coming directly from your professional organization, the School Board Association. So they have a group of attorneys that writes that course. Obviously, due diligence, our attorney has reviewed that as well to make sure there's nothing in there. And just as she quickly caught on this two here, we have time to work on the wireless communication. So all others, we need to get in actually approved and into our manual, so that they cannot say the Bladen County Board of Education and Bladen County Schools is not compliant with the law.
All right, so let's get a motion on the floor to waive the policy as is reference to 9.3 2025 summer custom policy updates.
So moved.
I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries. Now, I gotta get a motion on the floor to approve 9.3 2025 summer customer policy updates.
So moved.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion?
Yes. Policy 3210, and this may be something that the attorney can answer in regards to law. I do notice that they're moving from a 10-day response time for the principal, and then they'll respond to the parent if they want to have their child excluded from certain material that's covered. And then they have an additional 20 days, which totals 30 days. That's a big window of time to get a response to a parent regarding a concern.
Yeah, so this aligns with the Parents' Bill of Rights. Under FERPA, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, parents have 45 days to receive their children's records. So that's the standard if there's an education records request. That's not what usually happens when a parent calls and says, hey, can I see my child's report card? Hey, can I look at this? But we're talking about like a request for the entirety of my child's education records. Under federal law, 45 days. The Parents' Bill of Rights, which passed a little over a year ago now, this language is directly from it. So it gives this 10-day window with a potential extension for certain reasons. The expectation would be that there is a response to the parent, at least saying, received this, working on it, we'll have it to you in 10 days, or if we need longer, here's why we need longer. So it actually is a shorter time period than what federal law has been. This has been in other policy. The School Boards Association, in doing the most recent revisions, just added it to this policy as well.
Okay, the next concern is policy 5070-7350 is with transparency of salaries. It shows what's prohibited and what information can be shared and confidential information as it relates to HR files. But when we go to policy 7820, then it is a little bit different, unless I'm reading that wrong.
Let me just pull it up.
I think once we get down to website publication of information, it talks about all members of, superintendent, assistant superintendent, associate superintendent, director, coordinator, supervisor, finance officer, talks about their salaries being posted annually.
Yes.
But in the other policy, it was saying that you can't release that information. So,
So 50, 70, 73, 50, that is the information that can be released. It's except that the following employee information is public record. So that is allowed to be released.
okay, hold on one second, let's
Sure.
go back to that.
There's a lot of those like except, but
Hold on just a second, I just want to be sure that,
And there was a specific law that set aside central office salaries separate, and I think that's part of that too, is that,
that's that website publication section.
okay.
as even granular as to reimbursements as well.
Yes.
Okay, and then how was that, it says on the website,
Yes, so there was also, the legislature has been busy, a law that was passed that now requires certain compensation information for central office employees to be published affirmatively on the website.
Right.
So no one even has to request it. And it's certain employees, it's central office employees, and then compensation, and this is part of the language above. It used to just be salary that was public record, but it's now compensation, which is
Right.
expanded to include all of that. And that has to be written, it has to be written into policy that this information will be published on the website.
and then the last question, when it references travel, is that the reimbursement, or is it for lodging, is for meals,
All of it,
everything?
allowances, reimbursements,
All that's gotta be published.
Right.
yeah.
And that's gonna be updated on a monthly basis, because obviously
Yearly.
travel changes.
It is yearly, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, Ms. Harrison, they gave you all guidance, is the June of each year is what y'all report, is that right?
This annually,
Yeah.
We're still, the language of the law isn't so clear, so there's been some guidance pushed out to folks about how to put it in practice, and it could shift over time.
And I think that policy 7100 is to be applauded in regards to criminal history background checks and then sex offender registry checks for contractors. I thought that was really, really good. That's it. Thank you for answering those questions.
Absolutely.
I feel much better about it.
All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. 9.4, Superintendent Valuation Instrument. I have listed all the, on the board, are all the evaluations. The top three were options 1, options 3, and options 5.
So hold on one second. Let's go back to that, because now we have to go back for emails to find it.
It's on the board, it's on your, yeah, it's on your agenda.
Three options are 1, 3, and 5.
That's your top 3 options, which are 1, 3, and 5.
Okay. At least 2 of mine made it. So.
We'll just,
Just make a motion to accept one.
uh,
We already have one.
yeah, so, yeah, which,
I move we accept, option 3.
there's a motion on the floor to accept sample evaluation form 3.
I
Second.
I got a second. Any discussion?
Yes, do we even have a process for doing evaluation?
Yes, sir. That's what we're doing tonight, is we're actually solidifying a actual evaluation form. And then we will go over that process as we did, as we move forward.
So we're changing the process?
No, sir. We're actually selecting a evaluation that everybody here is agreeable on, and then we will, we'll cover.
Should we do the process first?
No, sir. You do the evaluation in April of next year. Yes, sir.
Wait a minute now.
Go ahead, Mr. Rod, I don't want to
No, you
interrupt.
can go ahead, I gotta use the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think the whole issue now is that what we're doing, and we talked about this at our last meeting, is to select the instrument to evaluate the superintendent. However, we're navigating in that direction, and we have not provided a conclusion to what we did improperly previously.
so
If I
first-
may finish.
so first of
if
all,
we
hold
went
up.
through- No, wait.
So here's the deal. We're not gonna go back and regurgitate history, okay? We're not going backwards. We all agreed that we would put up the evaluations. We would agree on an evaluation that was moving forward. We will select that evaluation, and then this is the path that we will take as we move forward.
That's not
We're
correct.
We're not going, we're
That's
not
not
going.
correct.
We're not going back. We're not going back. So we got to select a form in order to move forward. So that's what we're doing here tonight.
We haven't even completed the last evaluation.
Right, we did not follow the policy with that. It says that we are supposed to meet with the superintendent, and we've not done
The
that.
policy was waived.
No,
The
it was not.
policy
No,
was
it was
waived,
not. The policy
and
was
it
not
voted
waived.
on.
Move
forward.
Doing the process, bro.
So here, so we are tonight selecting a evaluation. We've got a motion on the floor, and we've had a discussion. All those in favor by signifying by saying aye.
Did we get to the comment portion?
All those opposed, motion carries.
This,
9.04, will we using 9.4,
You can't just override.
sample evaluation 3 as we move forward.
You can't just overlook another board member's opinion about something or another board member's statement about something just because you're the chair. That doesn't mean anything. You're required to listen to what they have to say
So,
and allow them to speak.
so we
I
need
don't care about
to,
your gavel.
can we need
Take
to
that
make
gavel, throw it
a,
out the door.
can we need to make a motion for the board to convene in a closed session to prevent disclosure of confidential information
how
pursuant
is
to
this
GS
confidential?
1.43, 3.8, 111, 1, A5, and A6, GS 115C, 319, and to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to GS 143, 31.8, 11, A and 3. Can I get a motion on the floor? I got a second. All those, any discussion? All those in favor by saying aye? All those opposed?
Opposed.
Closed session, we go.
Those who wanna go. Come on, bro, you go. Lord, man. We got big old power, nobody else in the room.
Board to approve action item, 11, board packet.
I would like to start in regards to a few things. Hold on one second. I think there was some discussion, and this is a concern that Mr. Rhoda presented earlier, and it was pertaining to the superintendent evaluation. I don't think that a thorough discussion was conducted during that time, and folks were not given the opportunity to speak. I think that we all have to be respectful of each other, regardless of position and their stance or direction and how we're to move. The fact of the matter is, we were told whenever this was discussed at the last meeting, we were told by council that we were not to discuss anything that was shared in closed session. And so then it was shut down. We were not able to engage in a detailed discussion in regards to that. Just as tonight we did, I remember, and so we can go back and view tapes and things of that sort, because you said you can't allude to anything or say what was discussed or what was not discussed during the session. Right. So the other part of that is that we, regardless of what may have transpired, I think there's a difference of opinion of what was voted upon and what was agreed upon. But what we know for a fact is what the policy says. That's indisputable. The policy is the policy. And so with that in mind, we are not in compliance. We have Dr. Atkinson, who leads the school district, and according to policy, we were to meet with him and to not only review your performance from the previous year, but to prepare you for the expectations of this year. Exactly. Now you're 2 weeks away from being 1/4 of the way through your new goal sets, and you have no idea as to what the board unifiedly or unitedly has come together and thought would be good goals or worthy goals for you to accomplish. So I think that's a disservice to you. So the longer that this is prolonged, it puts you in a bad position, because instead of you having 12 months to meet goals, now at best you'll have 9 months to do so. In the event, the same way that this afternoon that we did change a policy or we waived a policy, we did that in an open session. So if something was waived, I think that would be the protocol, is that we would do that in open session. I just want to be sure that what we're doing is 100% authentic and that it aligns with the policy. Based on my, it would be so much easier if we could go back and pull the actual, the transcript from closed session to review that, and I think that that would dismiss everything. If I'm incorrect, I'll be the first to apologize. I want to be sure that we're doing things right. But at the same time, I want someone to have a transcript of what was voted on and how the votes were rendered, meaning who said yea and who said nay. But I definitely want to hear what was voted on, because I remember distinctly what we discussed. I don't have the best memory, but there are certain things that come to my memory. Another thing that I do have a concern with is leadership of the board. Nothing personal, but I question a lot of things. And with that, not with you, Dr. Atkinson, I'm talking about the board, elected board members. We're given a process as to how we're to communicate through the actual board chair. There was an instance that I've sent information to the board chair. In fact, I sent something to the attorney. Our communication began June the 27th. It went on to July the 1st. Your response was you would speak to the board chair and then get back in contact with me, or you would follow up with me. It's now September the 15th. There's been no discussion. There's been no follow-up. Now, whether you have conversed with, if the attorney has conversed with the chair, I have no idea, but I can guarantee there's been no follow-up with me. So it leaves me in limbo. So I'm expressing concerns and seeking answers, only to have weeks, months to pass with no clear depiction of where do we go with this. I wanted to discuss that in the closed session, so I didn't have to share that here. There's also been another individual that I emailed. I think this was August the 15th. There was a question of an email that I discussed last week. I was then told that I will have someone to look into this and they will respond by the end of the week. It's been a month now. I've not received a response. My thing is that follow-up is extremely important. I don't know if the work is being done or not, but I can say that I've not received answers to 2 questions that I've sent following the actual process and the protocol that's been outlined by the board. And these are major concerns. If we set policies, we can't conveniently divert policy based on a majority of vote and say, listen, this is what we're going to do. Let's just change this at this point. Policies are in place for a reason, and they're to be respected because people voted these policies into action. It's a matter of record somewhere. I think that, I thought you were calling me, I'm sorry. Email notification of early hires, what?
Excuse me, before you go on, why are we making other policy when we don't follow the first policy?
I think that's a major concern. What I want to do is to be sure that I took my oath very seriously, as I'm sure everyone else did, and so that requires a lot of time. If a policy says something, then we should follow that policy. If someone says, I'm going to follow up with you, then I expect a follow-up. If conversations have taken place, then a follow-up with, hey, I've discussed this with this person, we've agreed X, Y. Do something, don't let weeks pass. Otherwise, when things like that happen, trust is lost. And then there's a wall that's built because you can't trust leadership to do what they said they would do. I also want to go in, another concern that I have is we've heard Mr. Smith numerous times, I think this is possibly the 3rd time that he's come before the board about being with the Plainview Alumni Association. He's visited the county commissioners sent him back to the Board of Education, is what he said, that they were talking to legislators and doing all this other stuff. I know, and I think what he was alluding to, or at least what I grasped from it, is that there have been other entities or other agencies who had the opportunity to acquire property, and that the process was not as detailed as it seems as if it is for him. I just wanted to get information from him, so if anyone has any insight on what he was referring to, that article, I think he went, anyway, you all heard it. If you could share that with him, that would be most appreciated. I'm going to go back and look and kind of read through things myself because it's very clear that he was saying it's a different process. Mr. McCoy, we've talked about mental health in the past. In fact, there was this email that I sent to superintendent, if I'm not mistaken. I may have sent it to everyone. This has been some time ago. I think it was in regards to disciplinary action with a student, and I asked about mental health, and there was a whole spiel, this is what we do, and we refer students and that thing. So even though he was giving public comments, I think...
Mrs. McKeever.
I'm sorry?
You were speaking about Mrs. McKeever's child?
I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, Mrs. McKeever's child.
Mr. Davis, you can't call out folks' names and,
I said Mrs. McKeever.
I understand.
I didn't name the child.
It doesn't matter, sir. That's a closed session conversation. That is a personnel action. It's a parent.
I guess the only thing...
You cannot.
Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
disclose
Okay, I
their
guess-
name,
Go ahead,
sir.
Mr. Thomas.
So, and I thank you so much for, Chairman, for bringing that policy to the forefront and reminding us of that. That is I'm very appreciative. But I do think that we have selective usage of policies because now we're implementing this policy when clearly we omitted a policy in question. So I sent an email, detailed email, very thought out, very methodical, had the policy highlighted, different sections. This is where we're not in compliance. Send it out to everyone. So anything that I discuss in open session, it should not be a surprise to anyone. I've already sent an email out to the group or to individuals, and so it's not the first time that you would have heard this. I do have the last concern is representation with administration, and then to have an equal balance. I did go in this afternoon, just pulling some things, looking at our student makeup and what our students look like. I think based on that, European American, white, Caucasian is 34.9%, Black, African descent is 35.1%, Hispanic 21.2%, American Indian 2.2%, Asian 0.2%, Individuals who identify as multiracial or having 2 or more races is 6.3%, 51% female, 51% male, 49% female, which is roughly around the same thing, but our highest level of population of students, our largest demographic, would be Black, African-American, or African descent individuals. But when we look at administration, it looks very, very differently as far as principalships and opportunities that are extended. I think that there's something that we probably need to look at. I want to bring it to the attention of the board and the community at large. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Board chair report.
Yeah, I have something.
Well, I mean, I was sitting there in pause, nobody's
Okay,
not
well,
saying
stay in pause
anything.
until somebody says
I mean,
something. Stay in pause until somebody says something.
I don't have, I'm moving
We're
forward,
not-
sir.
There has to be a better way to do this on the board. There has to be a better way. Like,
I have some concerns about, we already addressed one. The next issue that I have concern with is the issue with Bladen Lake School cafeteria. There's some issues over there with several things that need to be corrected. I spoke with Mrs. Brown and the nutrition director for the district, and there's several things over there that need to be corrected that have been broken for about 3 or 4 years. Those things start with the steamer over there that is no longer working. The issue that I have with it is, and I think we need to really look at this because it's been out for that period of time and nothing's been done about it. And we've done several projects, as we've already been introduced by Mr. Lennon tonight, that have been completed, but yet those issues have not been corrected. There's some pans that are very, very rusted, and causing an issue in the cafeteria under the middle section where all of the heating pans, heating conduits are. And we've been getting gigged on it for several times. The report states several things that are out. Food properly labeled, things stuff like that, insects and rodents. Another issue was equipment, food, and non-food contact services approved, cleanable, properly designed, constructive, and unused. There's a dishwasher over there that's been over there for God knows how long. I'm hearing 3 years or more that has not been operated, and she's asked several times for it to be removed, yet it has never been removed. And every time she comes over and does her evaluation, for the last 3 years, she's gigged us on it. Why? There's no excuse for it. It's very simple to just remove it. We had a whole summer for it to be removed, and it didn't get removed. And there's several other things. I have the report right here. Another issue was meets the ventilation and lighting requirements. The lighting is not correct in the cafeteria. And that's just a matter of just changing a bulb. And we getting gigged for little stuff like this.
Mr. Davis, which report is that? I haven't seen that. What is that from?
This is the one she just did for this year.
I haven't seen that.
And there's 2 more prior to this that has the same stuff on it. So it's been for 3 years. The ceiling tiles are incorrect. It's just a matter of changing some ceiling tiles.
Is that from the health department, or who's that one from?
Yes.
I have not seen.
Food establishment inspection report. And there's several other things, and I'm gonna read them off to you. As they were stated to me, they're doing everything they can, but when we keep telling them that we're ordering the part, and the part never comes, I mean, we're pacifying it. The switch on the hotline, it went out last week. Now they're saying that that's gonna be ordered. Based on the last things that were done, we don't know. The seal on the hot box, fixed immediately, so I think that part was taken care of. And the dishwasher, I already stated, the milk box went out, I think it was Friday. So now, what they're doing is they're taking the milk and they're putting it in the actual, what the steamer it really is, but it's not working, so they're utilizing it to put the milk in there and throw ice on top of it, and then take the fruit and put it beside it and throw some ice on it. Well, this thing, they're not staying at the right temperature because, according to the state, you know, these things have to be at a temperature, and that's correct. It said it must be served at 32 degrees below. That's per the health department, and we're not doing it. And these things have to be corrected. We can't just keep telling them that we're gonna do something about it, or that the parts on water to just pacify them, and ain't nothing being done. It presents accidents with all the water they have to put in the actual food because the steamer's not working. Well, everybody knows how a steamer works. The steam pretty much cooks the food, so there's no water. But when you have to continuously add water to put it in the oven so that the oven don't burn it up, and then these pans are heavy, and now they gotta pick those heavy pans up and move them over to the serving area, and then move them back again, add more water. I mean, somebody's gonna get burned. Somebody's gonna get scalded. And it's not a happy environment. The cafeteria director and her staff are doing an excellent job. I commend them 100%. They're doing an excellent job. And they did not bring these issues to my attention. Parent and grandparents did. So there's no need to target them. Nobody needs to say nothing to them, leave them alone. They're doing their job and they're working within the parameters that we gave them and the positions that we put them in. And we're putting them in a position where they can get injured, and then there'll be accident happen, and then how are we gonna fix that? My father just got burned, 53 burns. He's had 6 surgeries, 6. So do we want that situation to take place over there, and then we be responsible for it? No, we need to fix it.
Mr. Davis, when does she do that? Is that the sanitation report? Which report is that? Because
Yeah,
last thing I got here for
This is the
sanitation
food
was,
establishment inspection report.
because of,
And there's other things on here that I did not name out, but those things are the ones that highlight. The other ones are, I think, can be fixed. They're very small, but rather than getting 100% grade on it, we're getting gig for small stuff. But she's been she's working with us because she could really gig us even more because she done it for 3 years, the same stuff.
because I'm looking at a chart right now, it says their sanitation grade's a 98.5, but that was August 29th, but I haven't seen a report.
I think, I wanna say it's 96. 98.5, that's correct.
That's their sanitation grade, okay.
98.5,
I'll
that
reach
will
out,
be
I'll
this
reach out
report
to Ms.
right here.
Nobles and see if she can't give me a
That probably
copy
will
of
be
those.
this one.
Yeah, because I haven't seen that.
And I
And
mean,
usually we would get a copy of that before it went anywhere else, but we haven't seen one. I haven't seen one. If you haven't seen one, it's around here. I'm not sure why we didn't receive it here, because usually we get the sanitation reports, just,
I just want to say,
yeah.
I saw the fence area, and I want to say that they did an excellent job on the fence that they installed over there. As I pulled up and I was viewing the school, I saw some teachers bringing some students out, and I just stood there and watched how they interacted with the students, and it was great just to see how that actually happened. I mean, it was perfect. I couldn't ask for a better job, but these are the concerns I have when we're talking about feeding kids. The only thing that comes to my heart, my granddaughter, why would my granddaughter eat this? There's an issue there. And just as soon as a kid gets sick, we already had some issues in Tar Heel with, and we're already aware of that. Serving food that was outdated and then serving food that wasn't even approved by the state. We can't be doing that either. And this is just another incident, so let's please address it.
And I'll reach out to Ms. Nobles and get all the inspection reports.
But they're doing an excellent job over there. I want to commend them.
I just got 2 things. Going back to the fence. Who's got keys to that fence? there's locks on them.
Yes, sir.
All the way around. So here's the thing, it's being locked after the teachers leave. If you have a fire at that school, how is the fire department gonna get in?
The fire department has access to those keys.
So they have keys to all the locks?
Sheriff department.
Okay.
Can I ask
Another
one
thing
more
with the
again?
fence, when the teachers leave, at the end of the day, are they not required to stay after hours to do anything? Because what I've been told is that the principal is making them leave so she can lock the gate. Because the teachers don't have keys to it. So what if they leave their purse? How are they supposed to get back in, or a phone? To me, it's a safety concern to have locks on a gate, because it was supposed to be there to keep the bears out. So why are they locking the gates to keep people in or keep people out? So that's my concern. I mean, it's just a safety issue for me. During the day, all the gates are locked except the one that you drive in.
No, that's not true. That's not true, bro. Because when I went over the other day,
That's what I've been doing.
when you go in the front, the gate on that side where the buses come in, it was wide open, and that gate should have been closed.
Well.
Because the rollers are coming from the wood line, and if those rollers get in that fence and go on the back side, and those kids go there to play, they gonna get them. That gate should be closed. I saw it personally. It was open when I pulled in. I was there for about an hour and a half, and it was open when I left.
We have a principals meeting on Thursday. We'll talk with them about, make sure gates are secure or access to key. We'll address that with them Thursday and kind of get to the bottom
Well,
and
just,
see, because we
you
want
know,
to make sure it's consistent too. And
If you don't put a lock on it, like, is there a way you could put a keypad that the teachers have access to the gate if they need to get in or get out? Because once it's locked, it's locked.
we could check with our door access folks
Just
if there's
maybe
a way to
one
do it
gate
with a
that's got a
batch thing.
keypad, not every one of them, but at least one that they can, if they need to stay late to get some test scores done, they should be able to do that. Or if they get there early.
Yeah, that's probably our only one that doesn't have access because of the way that one's fenced in. I think
Right.
the others, they can get into the building if they're
Kind of like they
elsewhere.
have some
So
storage facilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
And the other thing I got is, and I talked to you guys about that, and I talked to Chairman Singletary about the lights at East and West Bladen. So it's not Fort County, it's Alliance out of
yeah,
Bladenboro.
that's who they contract with now, yeah.
So that's the only ones that can fix the lights out there. The line from the box, from the breaker box to those lights belongs to Allegiance. So Fort County cannot work on that. I've been told the line that runs to the light is fried, it's no good at West Bladen. So all that has to be dug up, and they're not gonna do it. So we might have to talk to Allegiance or to get them out there to look at it, just to see what they can do to get the lights fixed, because that's a safety concern like I, spoke to you about.
And he has shared with us that they were actually, I guess, outsourcing it now. They used to do it, but they had, they mentioned that Allegiance group as being.
Right.
So I told him we'd have to follow up with them, because I did not realize that, because at one point, they had maintained those. In fact, one thing we had even asked them for earlier was that could they maintain all the exterior lighting, because, we don't always have the lifts to get up to all those.
You talking about Fort County?
Yes.
Yeah, and I talked to, the guy at Fort County at the ball game the other night, and we were just looking, and he told me that they put the lights up basically as a service to the school system. And the reason they were getting purple, because they were outdated and, things of that nature, but as far as fixing the line, they're not gonna do that.
And actually, truth be known, they need to be done, and even the athletic fields, the lumens, we could not have a playoff game here because they're not bright enough.
Right.
So that's another large scale, there's a lot of lighting issues that we'll have to.
Well, the ones in the parking lot need to be
Yeah, they
fixed,
do.
especially at West Bladen, because there's like 10 of those out, so.
And I was out the other day and realized some of them were on, it was bright daylight, I ain't
That's
figured
right.
that one out yet.
Yeah.
Why they were even on, they shouldn't have been on in the bright daylight.
Yeah.
True.
That's all I got.
I asked the attorney to get back to you last meeting about investigation.
Board policy addresses board members' roles and investigations, and I'm happy to send you the board policy link, and I can do that right now.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, board chair report, just, point of information, I took my sheet out. Make sure everybody's bringing your, mobile devices to the meetings moving forward. We're gonna discontinue the printouts of documents and different things in closed session. We'll be reviewing it. If you having an issue with your email or you need some help supporting change your password with the new process, in Diligent Community, just reach out to somebody. It takes just a few minutes to resolve and reset and that type of thing. Just a shout out to all the leaders out there. A lot of improvement performances out there in schools. A lot to celebrate throughout. See a ton of stuff on Facebook with just different things. There's a cookout coming out at E-Town Primary. They're selling Boston Buds. They're all excited about their second year of Beta Club, and a lot of beta inductions going on right now inside the county. So just sports teams are up and running and firing and different things out there, and just appreciate what everybody's doing from the district office all the way down to our folks in our lunchrooms, our bus drivers out early in the morning, our janitors, our staff. So thank you, appreciate everybody and what you're doing every day. Just a lot of excitement out there. So thank you guys. Dr. Atkinson.
I'll be really brief. We covered a lot of stuff during the meeting tonight. You do have in your folder there about the Agam Day that the 4-H does in collaboration with our CT programs. So please make sure you grab that. And if you'll leave that black folio with us, we want to use that monthly, so we put y'all's materials in it. But please make sure you grab that handout. You're also given a copy of the district's athletic handbook that's shared with our schools for you all to look at. And we do thank Coach Evers for putting that together for our athletic directors to kind of make sure we're being compliant. There are a lot of things that we have to do, and some things even connected back to our financial audit as it relates to concussions and that kind of thing. We have to keep track of that. I mentioned earlier we're still trying to work on a state budget, so we haven't received it yet. Hopefully soon. And if you have not, we probably need to have this done by the end of this week. If you have not checked with the chair and notified us about the annual conference, we've got Mr. Davis, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Russ, Chairman Singletary, Mr. Benton. So far, it's registered. If anybody else would like to attend, you let Ms. Larner know by Friday, because those rooms are getting full. We need to get everybody locked in. That's the November 12th through 14th. So if you haven't, just run it by the chair, and our policy, we'll get you all scheduled for that. And that's all I'm going to cover for tonight. I think we've exhausted everything. So appreciate your support, and thank y'all so much.
Get a motion on the floor to adjourn.
So moved.
I got a second. Any discussion?
Second too.
All those in favor by signifying by saying aye.
Amen.
Amen.